Let's see. Mic check, mic check. Chat, are we live? Trying to get a feel from the chat. Oh, yeah, I think we live. Are we ready, chat? My man said, are you playing? Get this started. Are you playing Xbox? Get this started. Oh, hell nah. That is sacrilegious. What's going on? Welcome, my friends, my family, my fellow gamers. Your only friend these YouTube streets, Puertorock77. And we are live with a Friday night live. Listen, my lighting lately has been weird. I have to get a new, like a lighting thingamajig. It broke. Um, so I have to replace that. It's insane, but I have to replace that. So I'm running with a lamp and whatever. I'm trying to, well, whatever. So it looks a little weird, but I'll get that rectified this weekend. Gotta buy a new joint. But anyway, guys, what's up, man? What's going on? How's everybody doing? It's Friday. Yo, I feel good today. I feel good today. I feel good. I feel blessed. Um, you know what? Let me put the link to the Discord though, because it is a disagreement day, right? So hold on, give me a minute. Let me set up the Discord invite. Let me set the parameters real quick. Okay. Um, Let me get this ready. Okay, I got that ready. All right, give me a second. Let me get this prepared. Dame un momento. All right, so we can get this. All right. Um, Let me change this. Here we go. Okay, I'll say that better. Let me put this in the chat. All right. And there we go. And now let me pin it. And boom. All right. There you go. Link to the Discord for Disagreement Day is up. But now let me tell you guys something. Yo, I feel good today. I feel great. I feel great. I feel blessed. If you guys didn't know, let me show you something real quick. Let me show y'all something. All right. Some of you, many of you know, if you've been following me for a while, that I'm currently in the process of retiring from the Marine Corps. Right. For those of you who know, for those of you who don't, I'm retiring from service. You know, it always got to come to an end. So now, how's the sound is, right? How's the sound? Sounds good? You're not hearing no weird stuff? Sounds clear? Just want to make sure all that's good. Want to make sure everything's all right. All right, cool, 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 cool. We got that. All right, nice, nice, nice. I like that. I like that. All right. So I'm retiring this year. You know, career's got to end. It is what it is. Everything, everything comes to an end. So now I'm in the middle of preparing for my retirement. So I'm finalizing all my medical stuff with the Veterans Administration, the VA. You know, let them know all my issues, all the stuff I had to document, show them, my medical records, all the things that injuries and all that stuff, right? That's one part of it, okay? Um, After I already planned out my final day in the military. So in the military, so my actual last day of active service, where it all ends, is the 31st of January, 2026. That is it. That is the last day. Starting February 1st, I am 100% civilian. I am a civilian. as of, so that's really next year. But before then, I can use my remaining days of leave. Leave is what we call vacation days of leave, and whatever other entitlements I have, I can combine them and use that to detach from my unit. So pretty much use the remaining days of my vacation days to not work. So all the days I have left, days off, and plus the entitlements and stuff like that, my actual last day of working is November 11th, which is Veterans Day, oddly enough. So that's my last day to actually report to work. That is the last day. So starting November 11th, I'm pretty much on vacation. Okay. All the way up until January 31st. So I'm pretty much on vacation mode. Okay. So before vacation, right, before that day comes, I have to arrange, you know, the government contracted movers to come in to move, pack up all my furniture and everything stuff because we're planning to move to Florida. That's the destination, right? Okay. So I'm planning for that. I have two vehicles, so I have to stagger them. So my wife's vehicle, her vehicle, we're gonna contract to get shipped first, so that way the vehicle is already over there. My vehicle, we're gonna ship it about. Uh, so okay, let me backtrack a little bit. We're not leaving until the 22nd though. We're flying out the 22nd. All right, the 22nd? No, not the 22nd. We're flying out. We're flying out. When are we? What day are we gonna pick to fly out? The 18th. I'm sorry, the 18th. The 18th. Because all right, because the 11th is my last day at work. All right. The 14th, which is that Friday, is my ceremony. So my ceremony is on the 14th. I'll see if I can set it up to where at least over the phone I can stream it live on YouTube. So you guys might have the opportunity to see it. But I definitely have to do it on Facebook though, because that's where all my family's at. So all my family is on Facebook, so I have to stream it there. So I'll try to figure out the logistics of streaming my ceremony live. I think it'd be pretty cool. But I'll try. I'll try to do it on, try to set it up so that way YouTube has it, right? Okay. So the 14th, that's happening. The 18th, I'm flying out to Florida. So my wife's first car is gonna be shipped in October. We're looking at the last week of October, 27th through the 30th, 27th through the 31st. So that window right there, right? It only takes about 10 days to get the car because we've done it before. So, so the car's going to be there definitely because we're not flying out to the 18th. So her car is going to be at the destination long before that. My car, we're looking to ship it like anywhere from like before my retirement ceremony. So like the 12th and 13th. So we're really the week of the 10th. So we have to go rent a car. We're thinking of renting a car, probably an SUV. Pick it up. I think we're trying to arrange for my car to be shipped on the 12th. So we pick up a rental on the 11th. A new contractor, a new trucking, whatever delivery will come pick up my car on the 12th. My family and friends that are on the East Coast that are coming, they all start arriving on the 13th, which is the day before the ceremony. Some of them are coming that day. The ceremony is on the 14th. Some of them have to leave on Saturday. Some are leaving on Sunday, the 16th. So the reason why we're leaving the 18th, which is Tuesday, is to help facilitate, getting them to the airport, sending them back home. So some of them are leaving the 15th, the 16th. There may be somebody that leaves the 17th. So that's why we chose the 18th. So we leave the 18th and we'll be in Florida the 18th. I have to contract movers because we're trying to leave the apartment here. So we're leaving the 18th. So yeah, so the 4th. So we're trying to get them here before the 4th. Yeah, so you see, it's all these logistics, right? To move stuff. On top of that, my medical stuff. But why do I bring this? Because it's not just medical stuff. I have to have a new career. I'm trying to do a new career as well. Okay. right? Yes, retiring from active duty service, you get your retirement check, a pension. You immediately get that, right? You immediately get a pension. So the way it works for the military is you get at 20. We'll start with 20. Well, now they changed it a little bit, right? So I'm gonna talk about the system I'm under, which is the 3 year high. The 3 year high don't exist no more. They replaced it. But I'm on what's called the 3 year high retirement system. And what that was is at 20, you get 50% of the average of your 3 years before you retire. So what that means is, let's say you retire. So whatever was your pay that year, and the year before, and the year before that, they take those three, add them together, divide by three, whatever that, and right, whatever that average is, you get 50% of that. And that's at 20. Any year over 20, you earn an extra 2.5%, if that makes sense. All right. So for me, so since I'm not retiring exactly at 30, I'm not getting the full 75%. I'm getting more like 73 point something. Not even, I'm getting like 74. I'm getting like 74%, 74 point something. Anyway, it's around 74%. So for me, it's my last 3 years of salary, you know, my last 3 years of salary, what I got paid, average, all added up, divided by three. So now is that average. I get 74% of that. Okay. So 74% of that ends up starting for me 70,000. It's about 70,000. So my retirement is a salary of, it would be equivalent to somebody working for 70,000 a year. So that's what I'm getting, Now, it doesn't stay stuck at 70,000 because every year, due to cost of living, inflation, it goes up. So you get a raise in retirement. It doesn't stay locked at 70,000, right? So next year, right, it's just 70,000 from the Marine Corps. But that's just the Marine Corps. The other benefit is the VA. So now with the VA, uh, it's called the VA disability, but it's not the same disability as you think. It's not like disability like you would get from Social Security, whatever, where you're broken in a wheelchair, even though it can be happen. What it is this is how it is. The way you exit from the military service should be the same. Not should be the same. They made a system to say if you exit different than how you came in, that's considered disability. So, for example, if you came in healthy, whatever, but you're going out and now you suffer from headaches, that's a disability because you got a service connected issue that you didn't have before when you came in. Does that make sense? Like, so for example, I have migraines. After my first deployment in Iraq, that just popped up. I also got tinnitus. Tinnitus, it's just this constant sound that just happens. It's a whole stuff, right? I never had that before, but I have it now. The government has to compensate me for that, right? Injuries to my ankles, injuries to my back, injuries to my shoulders that I got, from that. So any injury that limits motion, things like that, that I didn't have before. And here's the weird thing about it is that's going to happen because when I joined, I was 19. So yeah, at 19, I didn't really have no issues. I was 19 years old. I didn't do anything. I was young, you know. I was like 130 pounds, you know. So I joined at 19. I didn't have anything. But so everybody who joins the military, you really don't have any issues. But you do 20 years of this, you will have issues, you know. But all that gets compensated. So it gets compensated, they rate it, and then you get a percentage. So you demonstrate all your issues, they do the exams, they validate the issues, they give it a rating, and then when they add all up, if they add up to 50% disability, that's where you start getting paid. Okay? Now, to give you an example, um, most of my friends that have similar, like for example, certain disabilities already rate you like at 50% right off the bat. One of them is my migraines, right? Because the level of migraines I get, it's really bad, right? Um, that alone can be rated at 50%. So right off the bat, my migraine alone could give me 50%. Already put me in the box where, right? Now, the mathematical figure isn't like, all right, if I have a migraine for 50% and then I have another issue, let's say like sleep apnea, right? Which also where you have to use a CPAP and you also get 50%. They don't do 50% plus 50% equals 100. That's not how it is. There's like a little chart, right? So it says a chart that says like going from 0 to 100, 0 to 100. So on the top they'll go, okay, this is you. So let's say your first issue is 50, okay. Your second issue is 50. They go down here and then they look, all right, what does that equal? It's kind of like an intersection, and they say, oh, 60%. All right, so now you got 60%. So now they go, okay, your next issue is 60. What's the next issue? 30%. Okay, 60 and 30. So they go from the highest and they work their way down. So like, let's say it's like 50, 50, 50, 50, 40, 40, 40, 30, 25, 10, 10. They do that. Then they start with the highest, 50. Then they go to the next one, 50. All right, that's 60%. Okay, 60. What's the next one? 50. They go down to 50. What's that? 55%. And then they round up. You see what I'm saying? So that's how the chart is, right? And they keep doing that until all your issues, all the rated issues are done, and then you get your final rating. If you get 100% disability rating, that doesn't mean you're 100% disabled, like you can't work. It's just the culmination of how many issues that you got, right? The max you can get is 100%, right? So it's not mean. So when you hear a veteran say they're 100% disabled, they're not telling you that they can't work or they're broken or they're in a wheelchair. It's every single identified issue that got a rating, it ended up totaling, right? Because anything, cause like my ankles is messed up. Each ankle is 10% each, all right? A range of motion is 20%. So it's just all the culmination of issues that totals up. At 100%, that's for me. So 100%. So let's say if I were to get rated 100%, that would be about $4,200 a month in compensation for the rest of my life. Okay, so $4,200, I think it's around that. So let's say 4,200, right? Plus this the so that's what 4,200. Let's see. Hold on. So let me get a calculator because as the saying goes, never do math in public. All right. So let's say 4,200 a month times 12. That's about 50,000 a year. So that's 50,400 a year. And then you add that to the 70,000 for my retirement, that's about 120K a year. So, depending on how my VA goes, I could be getting 120,000 a year. And that's my retirement total compensation package. And that's just retirement. That's why I know some guys, depending where they live in the United States, they went back to Montana or Utah, very low cost of living places that's very low cost of living. They already own their home, because they already own home through generations or whatever. Once they retire military, they don't do anything. They're making 120 a year. And they live in a low cost of area where the average salary is like 60,000. So they're like double the salary, right? Now, the interesting thing about the VA, the 4,200, that's tax free. That doesn't get taxed. My retirement gets taxed, right? So the 70,000, that's taxable income. That's considered taxable income. But the VA is non-taxable income, right? So the 70,000, right? And this is one of the reasons why me and my wife, we decided with Florida, because they don't have a state income tax. So my 70,000 is only going to be taxed by the federal government. It doesn't matter where you live; you're always going to get taxed by the federal government. Okay, so 70,000, that I only have to worry about federal income tax. I don't have to worry about state income tax at all. The VA compensation, federal doesn't tax that. No one taxes that, so that's 4,200 clear. Right, so right off the bat, I'm having, so really immediately, and I think the first payment begins March. Now, March 1st, my retirement pay of 70,000, divided by monthly whatever, that's gonna happen. The VA is different because I'm going through the VA process now, and sometimes that could take up to a year, believe it or not, right? So that might not happen immediately, but because I already submitted it, it will they will. Let's say they don't go through and finalize my VA claim until December 2026, like next year in December, right? Um, Once they settle and they say, "Yep, whatever, whatever, this is your rating and this is your percentage," they have to back pay me the whole year. Everything goes back to 1 February. So the longer they take, the longer the back pay, right? So let's say they don't settle my case till like March 2027 for whatever reason, right? They're just backlogged, whatever, and they finally do, and they say, "Hey, yeah, you're 100%, 4,200, whatever, whatever." They have to back pay me. They have to send me a check going all the way back to February 1st, 2026. So all those months it gets back paid because of when I submitted it. So either way, it is I'm patient, right? So right now, as much as the VA sounds great, I'm just more focusing on not so much focusing on, but the retirement pays whatever. But my attitude though is not to try to use my retirement pension. So this is where I bring up um, because I want to start a new career. And which direction I want to go? I want to go into project management. I submitted my application to Project Management Institute, and I got accepted for to take the project management professional certification. Right. Uh, so why project management? Why project management? Why? Why am I picking that? Well, let's see. I'll tell you. The main reason is because it actually matches what I have been doing. You could say since 2000, 2001. And what I mean by that is when I joined the Marine Corps, I joined in this is going to blow your minds. I joined in 96, right? And my MOS, my military occupational specialty, um, was actually chosen for me. I didn't pick my job because what I wanted to do was security forces, right? When you join the Marines, the first thing you think of is joining the combat MOS. It's just a natural thing, right? Especially when you don't have mentorship and people to guide you on the opportunities of other jobs. You just think of just combat stuff, and security forces was like the coolest out of one of the coolest stuff, right? But I didn't know you would just end up being a grunt. You would end up being an 0311 infantryman, um, because that's really the MOS that does that job. But anyway, I went to recruiter, did all the stuff, did all my exams and stuff like that. Hey, Chihuahua Avionics. That's the job I didn't want. Oh my god! And you know what? Since you mentioned it, I'm gonna tell you why I didn't want it. I didn't want avionics. I'm gonna tell you why. Because I went to a high school in New York called Aviation High School, right? At the time in the 90s, I think it was the only high school where you can graduate with your FAA certified licenses. Like you at 18, 19, you can have your license and be allowed to fix aircrafts, like airport aircrafts. You can work at the airport. You have a license. You can fix planes, right? It's Aviation High School in Queens. So those of you in New York, you know what it is, right? So listen to this. Listen to the struggle, right? Generations are different. So at 14, 15, I was already thinking like 5 years ahead. I was thinking older than I should have. Because at 14, right? So in New York, I was in ninth grade, right? That's right, Long Island City. You're right, Leach. So at 19, let me hit up the super chat real quick. So Brandon Holiday style, man. Thank you, brother. Appreciate the super chat, man. Much love. Says pulled a $200 Wemby RC card during my live stream earlier today, and the state of play was fire. Didn't know Deus Ex was getting a remake on my wishes. Yeah, I didn't know Deus Ex was getting a remake on stuff. And he goes pull the $200 Wemby rookie card. Oh snap! That's what's up. You know, Cyber Dragon with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you for the love. Really appreciate it. It says sub chat mods and the 60 frames no lag podcast. Of course. Thank you so much, Cyber Dragon. Thank you here. I hope you enjoyed the show. And Brandon Holiday style. Remember that scene from The Last Jedi where Kylo was having Luke blasted by those, and he was screaming more. I bet people were feeling that way watching the very bloody Wolverine trailer. Oh yeah, and they were hyping that. They were hyping that up to be day one PC. Crazy. Yo, thank you so much. Appreciate the super chats. Appreciate the love, chat, man. Oh, please, everybody, please hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have a good time today. We're gonna have a real good time. All right. So anyway, so where was I? So 14 years old. This is the 90s, right? Now, listen. I'm not trying to make fun of anybody, but Gen X kids are different than millennials. Definitely Gen Alpha. We were feral. We lived in the streets. Like we were bad. Gen X generation was bad. We were a bad generation. Listen, they had national commercials to remind parents that yo, it's 10 o'clock. Where are your kids? Why are they still outside? Like we were a feral ass generation, bro. Like we were the we don't want to be home, but with good reason. We didn't have shit at home. I understand why you guys want to stay home. Like, why wouldn't you? You got PlayStations and Switches and computers and laptops and mobile. You got Netflix. We didn't have that shit. All right. We had TVs with 13 channels. Right. And we didn't even have TVs because I said plural. We had one TV, and the TV belongs to the parents. Okay. It wasn't even like the TV I got finally for myself was like a hand me down. Right. So we didn't have nothing in the room. Like if you were in the room, you were probably reading a comic book or something like that. You know, maybe a handheld game, something. Right? Nah. Basic channels. Cartoons were done by 5 o'clock. You know, cartoons between 3 and 5, and then 5 to 7's like the family sitcoms, and then after that, it's all the boring stuff. And then my parents, all they did was watch telenovelas all damn day. So I couldn't even watch some of the good stuff either because they're always watching. I was so happy when I finally got my TV. But you know what I'm saying? It's a very restricted environment. The house was boring. It was boring, bro. It was boring. We lived the streets. Your peoples was everything. Your friends was everything. Hanging out was everything, right? And it just, when your parents said, get your ass home, it was like torture, bro. Like we would beg for 5 more minutes, 10 more minutes, right? And they're like, nah. Get your ass home. I remember my dad, my boys, my people be like, yo, your dad's coming off the block. And he had the belt. And I'm like, oh, shit, what time is it? Oh, man, it was bad times, right? So it gets frustrating, right? And then as you get older, and you be like, all right, you're 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 4, 13, I'll say. All right, got to be home by 8. But now I'm like 14, 15. I'm ready to, I'm a little bit older. I can stay out till midnight. At least I thought that made sense. Anyway. But nah, my parents were still not playing that shit. They were like, we don't give a damn. My parents literally say, you want to run the streets, pay rent. When you pay rent, you can stay out all night. Until then, get your ass in the house. Literally. All the time. Even at 12, 13. You know what that is to be on a Saturday and you have to come home at 8 p.m. on a Saturday? I got no school tomorrow. I can't stay out till 10. They're like, hell nah. My parents are like, when you pay rent, you can stay out as long as you want. But I took that to heart. Like, that wasn't a joke for me. Like, I was shit. I'm like, I know what I know what they're saying. But I took it literally. Like, all right, I got to find my own place. Because I'm not doing this. I'm not coming home at 17, 18, 19 at 10 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Kind of boyfriend I'm going to be at 18. Hey, babe, I would love to take you out to movies. It's got to be a early matinee. The fuck? Like, what the hell are we talking about here? I'm gonna be a 30-year-old virgin at this point. I'm like, nah, I'm not doing this. I gotta keep, I'm not doing this. I gotta figure out an escape plan. I felt like I was in Alcatraz. I'm like, I gotta, I'm prison breaking. My strategy at 14. So at 14, I'm strategizing to be grown and earn my own money. At 14. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. I was still a virgin at 14. I didn't lose it till 16. So at 14, I'm a virgin. I'm a virgin kid still thinking about how to make his own money, pay rent, pay bills, and have a career. What kind of shit is that? That's trauma right there. But I strategized. So, New York, 9th grade, graduating, ready to graduate. Well, most of you will probably consider it middle school. We call it junior high school. I'm like, okay, I'm going through this book of all the schools is going through, right? Going through all the schools, what they have, what they offer, right? Instead of my ass just being my age, you know, just being my age, just enjoy high school for what it is, right? I ended up looking for the school that could give me the best opportunity for employment after I graduated. And then that's where Aviation High School came in. Aviation High School. I saw that, I read it, I looked into it, and Aviation High School said that you can graduate high school with a FAA certified license to repair airplanes and electronics. You know, the certifications, you could work at JFK or LaGuardia Airport. And at the time, starting salary was like $60,000, which is a lot. It is a lot. It is a lot of money. And I was like, this is it. I found freedom. Oh my God. Yo, it was like, this is it. Oh, I felt like, like the room got dark and God shined the light on me. And he's like, this is your path, my child. I'm like, yes. 4 years to freedom. I got it. Oh, hell yeah. I chose Aviation High School. One of the worst decisions I've ever made in my life. Because number one, listen, it sounds great, but fundamentally, at its core, right? Obviously, there's a lot of advancements, but at its core, it's like being a car mechanic. We were learning carburetors, fuel injections, pistons that were this big. It's just, and then of course we got into jet engine technology, which was a little bit more advanced. But fundamentally, you're a car mechanic, a very advanced car mechanic, but you're a car mechanic. And I hate car mechanic. I didn't put two and two because my dad taught me a little bit about fixing cars. I used to do with it, right? And it was cool, whatever. But again, I was young. I didn't want to do that. When I did that job, I'm like, wait a minute, this job sucks. I was like, oh fuck. But they told me some schools. They told me a bit of welding, wood shop, whatever, in particular to aviation, all that stuff. But yo, here's the worst part. I'm gonna tell you what's the worst part of this whole thing. The ratio of boys to girls, not in that school. Luckily, there was another school 2 blocks away, which was Queens Vocational, and they had like a lot of programs like cosmetology and hair making. So there was a lot of girls. So that saved the day. But that was another side of school. So, playing a lot of hooky. Anyway, but the school itself, Aviation High School, bro. I was like, bro, this is a sausage fest in this motherfucker. I might as well should have went to an all boys school at this motherfucking point. Like, fuck, bro. And yo, that's number one. So that's what sucked about the school. Number one, come on, 14-year-old kid in New York City, and you're going to a goddamn all boys school. Kind of bullshit is this? That's number one. But you would think, being more boys than anybody else, okay, we're gonna be good in sports like baseball, whatever. This school sucked ass. The team sucked in baseball too. I'm like, it was embarrassing. I'm like, this school is garbage. Like everything, everything is wrong with that school. Everything, bro. Yo, I couldn't. And then I learned after I chose a school and did a year, right? Here's the thing. So my first year, I'm like, whatever. I'm just gonna get my license. I'm gonna push through it. I'm gonna get this job. After I completed my first year and I did all the requirements, that's when the counselor started talking to me about how to progress, right? And then told me the steps. I caught something in this conversation, right? So in the conversation, the school counselor was like, okay, you keep putting your tracks, but because you joined the school in 10th grade instead of 9th grade, because remember I said I did 9th grade in junior high school. I joined aviation 10th grade. He says, you missed a year, so you're going to have to do 2 summer school sessions to make that up. And I said, wait, what? I'm like, I have to do what? He says, I have to do 2 summer school sessions. 2! So 2 summers are about to be taken away from me. And right? And that's assuming I don't fail anything. And he says you can't fail because you have to be on track. So 2 summer schools. And I'm like, 2 summer schools? I'm like, shit. All right? I'm like, damn it, 2 summer schools, right? Because you have to make up the classes that is part of your hours into repair, right? Because you have to have so many hours. Shop class was 4 periods. Most periods for shop, more periods for classes outside of math, whatever, is like 1 or 2. This is 4. Like, they didn't do home economics, although no, it was just you. It's like 4 straight periods of just aircraft work and stuff like that. We didn't have like computers. We didn't have media, art, music, any of that shit, because it was dedicated to the school. That's how the school was able to get the certification to graduate, whatever. But besides 2 summer schools, then he says, okay, and then after you graduate, you'll have your final year to now meet the hours requirements to, take the exam and get your license. And I say, wait. Hold up. After I graduate, I could do my final year? And I said, isn't my graduation the final year? He goes, no. Your final year, your senior year is your final year for your high school diploma, but it's not your final year for your FCC certification. You have to come back after you graduate for another year, and all you're gonna do is your final certifications and hours towards to qualify to take the exam. So I was like, so I'm gonna graduate high school, but still come back to high school. I can't leave. He's like, no, you have to do the final year, and that's everybody. I was like, oh, nah, son, nah, I'm not doing this. I said, nope. I'm not, no. I felt like the guy in the office. No, like, no, I had a panic attack. I was panicking, bro. I was like 15 years old and I'm panicking, bro. I'm like, no. I'm like, no, I can't do another year of high school. Like, no. No, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. No, I'm not doing two summer schools and another year. So I'm gonna walk the stage with my diploma, and then I have to come back. No, sir. No, this is not for me. I don't want this career at all. I don't want this career for a while. Well, they'd be like, all right, so you could just do what you need to do to graduate high school. I'm like, I don't even want to go to this school. I'd be like, I'm gonna just figure it out, right? So the counselor, connected with other schools, and like a week later, they told me you can go to another school you want, but you're going to be about a year behind because of the 4 periods of shop. They're not gonna take no other school in New York City is gonna take those 4 periods of shop as credit. And I did a whole year of that, 4 periods for a whole year. So all that school credit is gone. I have to make that up in other schools. So I would be graduating late in another school. So no matter what, the only way I could graduate on time is by staying. So I just had to stay in that school. Right? Bro, so fine, whatever. New solution. I joined the Marine Corps, and that's a different story in itself. But the reason why I bring up the avionics is because when I told my recruiter, he found out my school was aviation. He goes, "Oh, I got all these avionics." I'm like, "Stop! Hell no, no planes, absolutely not." I said, "I'm not joining any service if you stick me fixing planes or whatever. I don't want anything to do with planes." He's like, "All right, cool." He goes, "All right, we got other jobs, right?" So I looked, yeah. Bleach, man. High school dragged so badly. I missed out on so much fun on the high school. Like, high school was just shit for me. It was just trash. Anyway, I missed out. I should have just relaxed and picked a much better school. But who knows? I probably would have dropped out and got a girl pregnant. Who the hell knows? God had a plan. Listen, it was God's path. So I trust in the Lord. I did it. To be fair, some of the things I learned did help me because, and I'll explain why. So I wanted to do, what was I saying? Security forces. But anyway, so signed up, going through the motions, the paperwork, whatever. The recruiter's trying to get me to do security force, whatever. He says there's nothing open. Like 8 months went by because I signed in December, and now it's around July. And he's like, "Hey, man, the slot for security forces isn't open. Do you still want to wait? Or do you want to like ship out?" And I said, it's time for me to ship out. I need to go. I need to get this story going. He's like, "Hey, we're going to ship you open contract. I'm going to try to still get you security forces, but understand it's how you did on your exam that's going to base on your job." And I did really good on the exam. I'm like, whatever. At this point, I'll do whatever they assign me, whatever. So I went to boot camp, graduated boot camp, 3 months. Then I went to what's called Marine Combat Training. But because I didn't have a job assignment, they couldn't put me through the Marine Combat pipeline. They had a delay because they were still trying to figure out my job. So I did a month of what was called camp guard, so security for the camp. I did that for a month. Once they finalized what my job is, now I'm in Marine Corps combat training. But I didn't know what my job was at the time. So anyway, I go through Marine Corps combat training, which was like about another month. At the end of the combat training, the NCOs, it was a corporal, was reading out the list of the people who were open contract, and he was telling everybody what their jobs was. So it was a whole bunch of us, right? So we were all crowded around, and he's naming names. He's like, this person, infantry. This person, infantry. This person, cook. This person, cook. Some people got different jobs, whatever, right? Whatever. So my bunkmate, my rackmate who was sleeping above me, he fucked with us for both of us, right? So first he calls out my name, right? And then he says, electronics. He goes, he says the MOS 2800 electronics, electronics repair. That's it. He just whatever. I'm like, electronics repair. I'm like, so I ask him, what's that? This is how he explained it. He's like, you see that light switch on the wall? And I'm like, yeah. He goes, well, somebody has to fix it. And I was like, oh my God, I'm a marine electrician. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? That's like, I could have just stayed home with my dad and done that shit and not get shot. I was like, what the fuck? Like, yo, I'm like, the fuck is this, right? I was like, we'll be freaking light switches and light bulbs, and I'm like, whatever, bro. I'm like, yo, I was mad as fuck, man. Like, yo, I went to boot camp, did all this shit, Marine combat training, just to do what my dad does. He does that. My dad knows. Hell, I could probably learn better from him than whoever's gonna teach me. I'm like, what are we doing here? Like fixing light switches? Like they don't have civilians and janitors for that shit. I'm a Marine, and what the fuck? Like, oh, what you doing? I'm fixing the light switch. What the fuck is that? That shit didn't even make sense. I'm like, this is so stupid. Yo, I'd rather be infantry. Fuck. I'm like, yo, I was like, God damn it. I was like, this is so fucking stupid. Yo, I was so mad. Yo, that dude trolled the fuck out of me because I'll explain why. Anyway, my rackmate, this was even funnier. So let me show you this. So that way you can understand, I got to show you a picture. All right. All right, let me show you a picture. Because some of you might know, but you got to see this so that way, okay, here we go. So when we shoot, the tips have different colors, right? Red for like tracer, you got green, all right? So you see that, right? I want to make sure. So you see how that looks? Red, those are tracer rounds. So when you shoot them, like you see them glow red, whatever, and that lets the platoon know which direction to shoot, whatever. You see that, right? So everybody got that. We're all seeing this. Okay? You're all with me on this one. Okay. So you see this. See all these different colors on the tip, right? Obviously, rounds aren't naturally colored. You have to get them colored, right? Okay. All right. Okay. So now I need you to see me in this one. So now get that image in your head. You see the color of those 5.56 rounds. So my rackmate, he yells the job ammo tech, ammo technician. So my rackmate asks, what's that, Corporal? He goes, you know those 5.56 rounds that each of them have a different color? And he goes, yeah. Well, somebody has to paint them. Dip. And that's what he did. So in our mind, his job is to grab each round and make sure the tip has the right color. That's going to be his job. Yo, this guy knew trolling before it was a word. He trolled. Trolling wasn't even a word for us, and he did it. Oh my God. And yo, you thought I was in my feels? Yo, he's like, He's looking at me like, what kind of fucking job is that? I don't like, yo, this shit don't make sense. Like me and him were confused. We were like, yo, none of this makes sense. These are the most stupidest jobs I ever heard. Ever. Yo. Yeah, he says at least he didn't get administration. I'd rather have that the way they described it, right? I'm like, this is the dumbest jobs ever, bro. Like, yo, you know what that is? You're gonna be dipping bullets with paint as a career. Yo, oh man, yo, he trolled. Yo, trolling wasn't even word, and he did it, bro. Oh, he did a good job of trolling. We left combat training pissed off, bro, and I was pissed off all through my little time off. I just couldn't help it. I was just so upset at the stupid shit I was gonna do until I actually reported to the school, and my school was electronic ground. It was communications and electronics school, and I was specifically entering communication electronics maintenance. And I ultimately became a ground radio repairman where I fixed ground radio equipment. So it was a year long school and it was a great school. I mean, it's a great MOS. I was glad that I ended up being that MOS. So throughout my career, it was pretty much learning and repairing communications assets. So satellites, single channel radio, multi channel radios, high frequency radios, and stuff like that, and all the ancillary devices, power amplifiers, and all that stuff. How to learn theory of electronics and all that stuff. So it was been a great career path, right? Great career path. Now, went a long way to explain it. So why project management, right? Because um, that's ultimately That's ultimately the that's ultimately why over here. Why this field, right? Why this MOS? I mean not MOS, but why am I choosing this career path? Well, at a certain point because through promotions, I don't fix radios no more. I haven't fixed a radio since like 2001. That was the last time I actually fixed a radio. Okay, that's 2001. Um, at a certain point, because of as I kept getting promotion, you go from being the guy to fixing the radio to now managing the shop or the operations or the facility, or be in charge of the Marines to fix radios, right? So most of my time, I was like an operations manager, and as an operations manager, projects do come up. Like certain things comes up that you have to be take charge of and make sure they get completed, right? And for us in the military, we just call them tasks. Hey, this is a new task. We need you to, implement this new system, figure it out, gather the resources, blah blah blah. But in the civilian sector, they call them projects. So what we call tasks in the military, they call projects, and we both have the same similar system. You have to have certain paperwork. You have to report to stakeholders, budget, list the milestones, have checklists, make sure you hit all the wickets. It's all the same thing. The verbiage is different on what we call stuff, but the intent's the same. So pretty much, I've been a project manager, but specifically in the communications and eventually as com evolved, IT, right? Because IT and communications, electronics got integrated deeply. So that's one of the reasons why I chose my degree in information technology manager, because that kind of aligns what I've been doing. And then with this certification, so that's why project manager, that's really what I've been doing. I've been leading people, managing resources, reporting to higher ups, reporting to adjacent units, which would be adjacent stakeholders, all the things that project management professionals are doing. That's what I've been doing for a long time. So that's why. So that's the career. So that's the career. Going into Florida, and there is a lot of jobs with project management, right? And believe it or not, it's one of the safer jobs in how would you say? And what I mean by safer jobs, of relevancy, it's one of the jobs that won't be replaced by AI, because project management isn't like a data analyst or whatever. It's a person who makes sure other people are doing stuff. And AI, unless they make an AI robot, you know, that completely is autonomous, right? You need a person. Now, the good thing is also project managers are leveraging AI. So AI ain't replacing us. Project managers are using AI to help, facilitate, data, information, communications, all that stuff as part of their requirements. So, in fact, they're projecting project managers are even more in demand because the faster technology and faster things just progress, whether it's technology, products, things like that. You need someone to manage that project and get it going to completion and stuff like that. So that's it. So that's what I'm going for. So I got accepted. I had a because I had a bachelor's. I only had to demonstrate, show them 36 months of actually managing projects. So really there was two major projects I did that covered the 36 months. But I had a lot more. I had a whole bunch of experience in that. But I showed them that. They reviewed it. And boom, they sent me an email earlier this week. Well, when I logged on to the PMI, the Project Management Institute website, the message came out. It says, "Congratulations, your application has been accepted. Now the next step is to take your test." 2 weeks ago, I did my 35-hour required training. Now all I've been doing is just studying. Hopefully, I'll plan to take the test. Hopefully by the 10th of October. And that's the final piece I need for my resume. And once I have that, I add that I'm an actual PMP certified practitioner. And boom, let's see how it goes. We'll see how that next gen goes. So that's part of my thing. But anyway, whew, that was long. That was long, right? I'm glad I shared that. But anyway, the reason why I said that, because from the very beginning, I said I feel blessed. I feel good. And that's the reason why I feel good. I'm like literally weeks away from my retirement. Got accepted to the PMP certification. I'm blessful that I got my degree. I'm blessful, I had a great career, getting ready to go to Florida. I'm blessful to have you guys and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's really awesome to hang out with you guys and stuff like that. This is pretty cool, right? It's a stress reliever. You guys are awesome and stuff like that. I really appreciate those of you who watch my channel and stuff like that. It's just listen, it's absolute blessings and stuff like that. So hit the like button. I see Glassdoor Gamer is in the chat, so we're gonna get Glassdoor Gamer up in here, and then we're gonna enjoy the show. All right, hey Glassdoor.
What's happening, man?
Oh, hold on. I got you through a TV channel. I gotta get you. Let me get you through the headset. All right, go ahead.
What's going on, P-Rock?
Hey, how you doing? What's going on?
Not much, man. Congratulations on the pending retirement and congratulations on the PMI stuff.
Oh yes, I'm actually looking forward to that. You know what I'm saying? Studying hard, and I'm actually looking forward to be a civilian.
You know what? Like, I did that PMI test probably like 10, 15 years ago.
Hmm.
And all I remember is like the fish diagrams. I don't know if you're on that part yet, right?
So
That
no, so
stuck
now
with me.
actually they actually changed it now completely. So
Oh,
it's no
really?
longer like, do you know this specific formula or do you know this specific diagram? So now they went with scenario based. They want you to fundamentally understand project management. So a lot of the questions are, like something, for example, they'd be like, you are a project manager of a high complex project. During the project, a risk has been identified that this, and this. This risk was not identified before. What do you do? And then it gives you four choices, and you have to select what's the best choice based on that scenario. So now they're
Oh,
more
nice.
about, yeah. So it's no longer like, do you know this formula to get this equation, or do you know this, or do you know the steps on? No, now they're just giving you scenario based, and you have to fundamentally understand, you know, project management and see what's the best choice out of the choices. So that's how it is
That's good,
now.
man.
Yeah, they
No,
completely
that's
changed
good.
it.
That's good.
Yeah, yeah. But I know
Yeah,
what you're
and then
talking about.
after that,
The fishbone diagram to identify risk. That's still in there, right? So that way,
yeah.
but they're not going to question, on that. Now they might say one of the questions is, you're a new project manager and a new system is about to be implemented, and your sponsor is asking you to identify risk. What's the best method to identify risk? One of the choices might be fishbone diagram, affinity diagram, whatever. So then your answer,
Mhm.
and then in that case, it would be fishbone diagram because that is what you use to identify risk. So you see what I'm saying? So they're not gonna ask you how to do it, but they want you to fundamentally understand: do you know how to do it? Do you know what are the tools out there? Because the other tools might have nothing
That's
to do
fair.
with risk identifying at all, and that's why,
Mhm.
and that's how they do it now. So it's more like understanding project management.
That's good. That's
Yeah,
good. Like because when I
yeah,
when I
it's
did it,
better.
it
It's much
was
better. Yeah,
yeah, it was you had to actually do the fishbone diagram, but a lot of
yeah,
it was multiple choice. So
yeah,
I'm happy that they've gotten rid of that. It was kind of
yeah,
torturous from what I
yeah.
recall.
Yeah.
Uh,
Especially now, they realize there's so many tools. A lot of project managers won't actually do a fishbowl diagram off the head. They
no,
have
no.
programs for that, and so there's so many tools out there. There's no point. It should be more. The one thing that stays universal is the understanding project management. Once you got a
Right.
fundamental understanding, you'll be fine.
Exactly, man. Like so, like when I did all these courses and stuff, I did look at the theory, but over time you just stop caring about it, right? Because you know how the organization works and whatnot, right? So you're
Yeah,
not like in the weeds. But yeah, it's good. It's still good to get all that knowledge, right? So and get
yes,
the
absolutely,
accreditation. So happy for you,
absolutely.
man.
Thank you, man. So how's everything with you, brother?
Good, good. Just I'm actually working right now. I'm on a project, but
Ooh,
yeah, I just decided to jump on here, talk to you a little bit. I'm on a line right now, so I'm just waiting.
absolutely,
And I was like,
absolutely.
yeah, you know what? Yeah, yeah, just join back in a consulting role. So this is my
Mm.
Friday night now, man. This is my
N-
Friday night.
Nice. That's fantastic, man. That's good, man. It's good to hear. All right, so you're into project management, that like in some form, like that's your career, or because
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
it
So like,
blurs, right?
yeah, yeah. It's all like so. I'm actually in product, but like
Okay.
product
Oh, so your
projects,
product
all kind of
pro,
similar.
yeah, program management, product management, project management. Yeah, there's a lot of
Yeah, yeah. They're
tie-ins
all the
to
same.
those three careers. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Like if you once you do the PMP, you might want to do like a Scrum certification or something along those lines,
Yes.
right? Because
Yeah, I'm studying that too.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm studying.
yeah.
I already have my Lean Six yellow belt.
Oh wow,
But I'm
yeah.
yeah, so I'm going for Scrum. That's the next one, Agile. And then I'm trying to belt up to green belt. So yeah, because those are
You
very
know,
tie-in.
you know what's amazing? Once you go
Mm,
from the PMP to the Scrum, it's
yeah.
like two different worlds.
Yes, that's what I heard. I heard is yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Because Scrum Master is a little bit this different. But some want
yeah, yeah,
project managers to have that skill because sometimes some projects or some things they don't want a project manager, they want a Scrum Master. So I understand. I understand the
yeah,
flexibility of having that skill set.
yeah, for sure, man. Just get them
Yeah.
all and
So
run out
that's what I'm
there in
going
the
for.
field and see what
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah, so that's like my target for growth over the next, couple of years, whatever. Obviously knock out my PMP, go for the Scrum Master, go for Agile. And then when I'm thinking of going the next step above, which they say is program management. And they have a
Mm.
cert for that. Um so I'm thinking
Oh, nice.
of yeah, elevating to that one. But that's like a longer goal.
That's fair.
But
That's
yeah,
fair. That's good,
yeah.
man. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Okay. All right.
So I actually wanted to discuss a super chat that I sent in, I think last week, right?
Okay.
Because I was talking about the handheld, right, and
Mm-hmm.
how you can get Nixes to help port games, and what I meant by that actually, and I think they're kind of doing this now. I just want to get your feedback on this, but so you get Nixes, like this hardware profile based on what Moore's Law is Dead is proposing, right, or what he leaked. They're
Mm-hmm.
very similar in terms of like SOCs and architectures and integrated, the integration layers and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So, one of the concerns we always have is the Xbox Series S, right? Like where it's like, oh, we're going to bottleneck the new console with this handheld. I feel like Sony could, as long as they market it well and they don't say it's like what Xbox did, where it's like you're gonna get the same game, similar experience, it's just 1080p. If they say that you're gonna get an experience, I think it could work, the handheld.
Mm-hmm.
But you can get Nixes to work with the first party developers and kind of optimize for the handheld. You know, similarly to what they kind of do with the PC ports, but it's going to be a lot easier, I think. I think their job would be better off as being consultants for, like the third parties, right? So, because the third parties, if they want to have their games on both platforms at the same time, you're going to need some help in that sense. Not necessarily like they're going to be developing at the same time or whatnot, but like I think they can come in as consulting. And I don't know if you saw what Nixus mentioned that they're helping. What's it called? Housemark.
Yeah,
with development on servers.
Yes.
And I was like,
finally,
wow. I was like, you know what?
Yeah, they heard me. I'm telling you, Sony's listening. They're like, man, Puertorock's really not happy because you heard me a couple of times saying that, how we have a first party studio yet they don't help make PS5 games. Like, what are we talking about here? And now all of a sudden, hey, we help make Soros. I'm telling you, they listen to 60 frames. I got them, we keeping them in check. They're listening to us because it's just weird how all of a sudden, right? But I see what you're saying. I think if and I did put some thought into this. I listened to Moore's Law and this, but I'm like, how can this work? So there's some fundamental, how would you say, I don't want to say rules, but there's fundamental, what would be the best term to use? There's just things we have to accept, right? There is specifications on games, and when a game is made beyond a certain specification, then that specification can't run the game. I think we all could agree on that, right? Once a game's games are built to the minimum spec. We just need to know what that minimum spec is, and that was the problem with the Series S. People assumed that, well, not assumed, but Microsoft made a console where the Series X was supposed to be the minimum spec for games, but they made a Series S which had a lower spec. So now it's like trying to make a game for the Series X, but see if the game can fit on the Series S. And then it became this weird relationship, right? If you look at PC they don't do it that way. PC outright tells you this is the minimum spec, and then everything else is just better. It's just better graphics, better settings. You just get more. You just get the better version of the game. So as your hardware is better, you get more benefits. I think that's what Sony is now what's going to do. I think what we're so used to having as generations of consoles, I think that concept is over, right? The way they're managing their products now, it actually doesn't make sense from a business perspective and from a technology perspective on the way things are going, right? So we'll talk about the technology perspective because that's what we're interested in, right? I think with this handheld, they need to make sure a lot of games is made for it. But at the same time, they can't really mandate that all games are made for this handheld. Because then that becomes a problem for the PlayStation 6. But what if that contention doesn't even happen because everybody's still making games for the PS5? Because this handheld, most definitely, according to Moore's Law, is it could play the PS5 games easily. In fact, it's supposedly a little bit more powerful than the PS5.
Oh, so for sure, yeah.
Yeah. So if everybody's still making PS5 games going into the next generation, then this is not a problem. It's not a problem.
Yeah, I'm like,
I'm
not so concerned about the third party. I think they're going to be stuck. Like, how they lag on new platforms, right? Like they're always about 4 or 5 years. Even I think EA is still making games for PS4, right? So not super concerned about that. But at the same time, I think, because I was asking one of my friends, he worked at Eidos, right? Eidos Interactive. So I was like, how is this going to work, right? It's like, is this handheld going to be a bottleneck? His theory was, because you're going to market it as a handheld, and you look at something like a Switch 2, which isn't very powerful, but yet still people buy it, right? You can technically still do that. You got to market it as a handheld. You can still tell developers spec up to PS6, right? Because it's on the same SoCs and stuff. You can have them optimized down. As long as you're not building to the handheld and optimizing up, there are abilities to optimize down, but not for all games, to your point, right? Like there will be some games that you just can't. It's just not going to run well, right? So those games you would have to just say they're not on the handheld. You can stream them via like the way we do it with PS Portal. right? Like that's what we're kind of bouncing around. Like there are ways to get around this. You can't ring fence yourself like Xbox did, where everything has
Yeah.
to be on both,
Yeah.
right? And yeah,
And I think that stage will come when they cut out the PS5. But the question is, how long before we get to that point? I think
probably a long time.
PS5 is going to stick around longer than the PS4 to include Sony support. And
Oh, for sure. Even
yeah,
now that you have the Pro, right? Like the Pro is going to
yeah.
have a long life.
So they're still going to make games for the PS5 for a long time. So then that's a situation they don't have to worry about. If everybody's still making games that work on the PS5, then it's going to work on their handheld now. And that leads to the business side, right?
Mhm.
And this is another reason. So we talked about the technical side. This leads to the business side. Sony saw massive growth because they took advantage of what they call the multi-generational strategy, was selling games to two generations of platforms. So
Yeah.
now it was no longer create a game that automatically cut out 100 million gamers. The 100 million gamers still had access to that game. And as they moved on their own now, so instead of forcing them to move on to the next platform, they just did it naturally on their own time for the ones that want the better performance, the better graphics. They just naturally, gain momentum to get the next generation platform. Going into the next generation, right? You have a PlayStation 6 out, right? Sony doesn't need to force PlayStation 5 gamers to jump on the PlayStation 6 because they're all on the same platform. They're all on the same ecosystem. So whether you buy $70 games for your PS5, a $70 game for your PS5 Pro, or a PS6 version at $70, Sony still gets your $70. You're subscribed to
Yeah. Yeah.
PSN. It doesn't matter what platform in the PlayStation devices that you're playing it on. PS5, Pro, or 6, $80 a year to play online is $80 a year to play online, right? So I think Sony realizes purposely capping your audience when they're not ready to adopt your new platform isn't beneficial from a business standpoint to them, right? It doesn't make sense for
Right.
them to right off the bat make a game for the PlayStation 6 and that game no longer has access to PlayStation's own 100 million fan base. So I think from that
Agreed.
perspective, yeah. So I think that gives that handheld an advantage. If your game is still PS5 games, of course the handheld is going to work. It doesn't like it's when they decide to say, all right, we're now finally gonna cut the umbilical cord. The PlayStation 5 era is done. I think now that's when the conversation is all right. So how does the relationship between the handheld and the PlayStation 6? What is that relationship look like now? And I think
It's a
some
ROG
games will be
Ally
fine.
X.
I think it's going to be like the Switch. Some games will be on it, other
Yeah.
games will not. Some games just can't be done. Other games will and stuff. But I think you have a good point. As long as Sony markets this as a handheld, so that way people understand this is not a console, this is a handheld. So there are some risks to owning this hand. So meaning not every single game you see on PlayStation 6 will be on this handheld. It is its own device. Kind of like the handhelds we have now. Not every game works on
Yeah.
it, right? Because they're not as powerful. But I think as long as they market it and they understand that, I think they'll balance it out. The thing that sucks, though, is cross-gen is going to be longer. So we're just going to have to get used to that. We're going to have to get used to cross-gen, and that when you buy a more powerful platform, it's kind of like upgrading your PC. You're just getting better benefits to the game, but you're not really getting games built for that specific spec. We just have to move on from that. That era is over.
Yeah, but we had that era a little bit, right? We had PS1 to PS2. There was
Yeah,
some back
yeah.
compatibility. Yeah, they just cut it off a lot quicker. I found, right? But now you're right. Like the PS5 users in the beginning. Sorry, the
Your camera's
PS5
on, right?
console. Is it? Oh,
All right. I was just in case. I'm like, does he know your camera's on? Because we're seeing your earlobe.
oh, yeah. One sec.
All right. No, just in case. I don't know if you want to leave it on or not. I just wanted to let you know.
No. I don't want to show my earlobe, but
We have your earlobe. Let me hit the super chats real quick while you're doing those adjustments.
yeah.
We got Molly. Thank you for the super chat. How do you feel about Forza 6 being timed exclusives? Okay, good question, Molly. Um, if you paid attention to my channel, when this whole, all the games come into PlayStation, full slate, whatever, whatever, I said that the only thing stopping, right? The only question for Microsoft when it comes to these games is pretty much resources, right? What studios can do day and date? What studios can't do day and date, right? So right now, Forza is an example of a studio that can't do day and date. Playgrounds, whatever, they don't have the ability to release Xbox, PC, and PlayStation at the same time. They're not like Bethesda. They're not like some of the studios at ABK. They don't have the resources to do that, right? And I did say that when that happens, they're gonna focus on releasing the Xbox and PC's version first, because that's their primary whole Microsoft thing. And then as soon as they're done, they're immediately gonna finish up the PS5 version. They're not gonna hold up the Xbox PC version just for day and date on PS5. So that's pretty much accepted. So when it comes to Xbox studios, which studios have the capability for day and date across the board, which studios don't have that capability. Now we know Playground, they're not built to do day and date across all platforms. So they making the game, but the Xbox and PC version's ready. They'll get that out the door. Then they'll finish up and optimize the PS5, PS5 Pro version, and then get out the door. So you can see that game within 6 months, maybe even sooner, depending how fast they're able to get it optimized. What it is not is some people will be like, oh, Microsoft finally gets it. They got to take care of their platform. It's not that. They're not strategizing, taking care of their platform. Hell, they're not even selling the damn platform. This shit's not even being sold, right? This shit's out of Costco and all that stuff, right? This is really the case of studios having the ability to do day and date versus studios that don't have the ability to do day and date across all platforms. That's all it is. It's just logistics management. We got Chill Will, member for a month, says, "Yeah, at least you didn't get administrative clerk." Well, the way they advertise the MOS is, I was like, I'd rather be a clerk and stuff. Optimize Nordic, 3-month member, says Nix's was the new Housemark studio and the sauna. Nix's was the new Housemark studio and the sauna. I don't know what that means. It's like I think there might be an American European mistranslation. That sounds dirty, bro. That does sound like something Craig would say. Saw? Oh, okay, all right. Charles Hawk says I went to the Navy Exchange on base today. They don't have any Xbox consoles anymore. Even the Navy says Xbox is dog shit. Like, get this shit out of here. They dumped that shit over the ocean. That shit's on the bottom of the Atlantic. All right, all right, all right. Glassdoor. Are you there? Are you there, brother?
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
just
All right.
yeah. So to your point about the whole, like I do think that having the like PS4 for a while, it subsidized the PS5 console, right?
Mm-hmm.
The
Mm-hmm.
players from there with the sales, so they're going to continue doing that from the PS5,
Mm-hmm.
PS5 to PS6, etc. I'm just going to leave you with this one note, right,
Okay.
before I get off here. So if the handheld's there, right, they got the console, and Nixus is working on all this stuff. Guess what that leaves?
What?
Less PC ports.
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I listen. I could wish that, but they just made a whole desktop speaker. I mean, granted, you could use it for other stuff. I don't know. I don't think they're gonna get
Yeah,
rid of this PC thing. I wish they
I
did.
don't know.
I think for 2%, I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, what are we doing here? You did all this work. I don't know. It would just. I just wait and see. I think they should
So
focus more on their own environment, especially if they're gonna come out with a handheld. They need to focus on that handheld. I believe
exactly.
that handheld should have exclusives. I think games should be made specifically for that handheld. That's my opinion. Maybe that's an old thought. Maybe because, oh no, you don't need exclusives. I don't know. I'm just saying, right? And I think that handheld's
Yeah.
not going to be cheap. I think it's going to be pricey. It's not going to be no $400 or $500 handheld. I don't know Sony's expectation on the sales of that handheld, but I don't think they're gonna sell no $400 handheld. I think it's gonna be at least $600-700, especially if it's more powerful than the PS5. Um, maybe more powerful than the Pro or around the Pro level.
I think it's around the Pro, little
So Pro
maybe
level,
between the base and the Pro, somewhere around
yeah.
there. I
So
think.
around
Yeah.
there, and the miniaturized form factor is probably gonna have dual sense technology, all that good stuff. Run games natively, uh, SSD installed right onto it, 2 terabytes, something like that. It's gonna have some bells and whistles. It's gonna have some nice stuff. But I think right now, I don't think the industry is no longer afraid to price stuff high. I mean, you starting seeing it.
I
$1,300
agree.
handhelds. I mean, listen, when you know Xbox and Asus have the balls to sell an Xbox for $1,000, the industry don't give a damn now. Then
But they
at this
don't. But they
point,
don't have the. They
yeah,
don't have the economies of scale, right? Like if
yeah,
I'm PlayStation, I'm still trying to subsidize a bit and to get those economies of scale. Like
yeah.
Xbox is dead, right? Let's
Do
just
you,
be
but
honest.
do
They're
you
fucking
think they're
dead,
gonna
right? Like they're
subsidize a handheld though? I don't think they're gonna subsidize a handheld.
possibly. I think it depends. I think they will to a certain extent. If
Mm,
it depends on how much they think they're going to sell, right?
yeah,
Like they know they're going to
really,
sell 100 million consoles, so
yeah, really, it's to subsidize something. It's because you
yeah.
expect that device to recoup.
Right.
I don't think they're gonna look at the handheld unless they're looking at Japan. Because I remember you did mention that trying to win back Japan. Unless they think
Mhm.
this is a way to win back Japan and thus increase market share, third party, and all that stuff, then I could maybe see that. But then they will only subsidize the Japanese market version, so they will get a
Yeah.
subsidized console. I don't think North America and Europe will. So I could
So
see
it's like
I could
Sony
see
subs.
Japan. I could see that if they think this is their way to compete with Nintendo, then I could see that market getting subsidized. The
I'm pretty
console
sure they
manufacturer.
subsidized the Vita though, right? Like
Yeah,
that was pretty good tech back in the day. I
yeah.
mean, I think if you sold it full price, it would have been like maybe $400, 500. But
But that was a market
so
establishing product because the Vita wasn't
yeah,
blended well. Like if you bought a Vita, they're trying to establish a handheld market. Now it's not really so much a handheld. I mean, it is a handheld market, but it's like a multi-device market. It's like the PlayStation, the new PlayStation
it's
handheld
the
is part
platform
of.
market. Yeah,
Yeah, it's a platform. It's part of the whole ecosystem. So
yeah,
so
yeah. We'll see
I
how it
you
goes.
know yeah
But I'm not concerned about those speakers because like I've been in product for a while now, right? For
yeah
years, I even had my own thing, and I know that strategies do change, but you still have
yeah
these things built up from like a year ago, right?
that's true
Um,
because it's already in
so we'll
play.
see.
That thing was already in play. So yeah, you are right. It could be a legacy. It could be one of the remaining leftovers, and it works with your Portal in your console. And there are more. There are. I say there's been an increase of console gamers playing on a desktop setup. And what I mean by that is they're playing on a PC desktop with a monitor. Because some gamers want to
Yeah,
play on a monitor. They don't want to play on a TV. I seen that. I
yeah,
seen
yeah.
YouTubers. I seen people setups like they have like a little computer setup, but with their console instead. So, I, there's a
I'm
there's a
telling you, man.
people like that.
I'm seeing their moves. They
I
canceled the
hope
GT7. They canceled the GT7 port.
did
These
they?
Helldivers, yeah, yeah. They were supposed to earlier this year. They like when the new guy in Nishino came in. Um, that was like yeah the GT7 port that they were creating for PC. They canceled it, and like
Mm.
Astrobot's been out for over a year now. And
Oh,
like
now,
yeah,
right
if
now, now it's why? Yeah, Astrobot, right? Because it came out in September.
yeah,
So
it's over
you
a
know
year.
what? I'm
So
gonna wait to see. I'm gonna wait to see. I'm gonna wait to see for Astrobot. That will be a good indicator. I'm gonna use Astrobot as an indicator because Astrobot, because GT's been out for a long time, right? And so has
mm,
Demon Souls, and that's not on there. So I'm like, all right, whatever. But Astrobot, if Sony is still doing ports to PC, Astrobot should be going to PC. So we'll
that
see.
2% number is awful.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. If Astrobot's not
Yeah,
on there, like let's say if we go the next 6 months or 7 months and still no Astrobot or nothing, and it's just not there, then you have to be like, wait a minute, something's happening. So you know what? That's I'm gonna be paying attention to that because Astrobot should be
yeah,
going to
me too,
PC. There
man.
should be no reason for it not to be ported to PC unless, like you said, they stop the strategy, and that would be interesting.
And people are going to say, oh, well, it's because Astrobot isn't going to sell. But to be honest, nothing is selling on PC,
I
right?
mean,
Like,
but technically, Ratchet and Clank. I mean, Astrobot sold more than Ratchet and Clank,
that's
technically,
true. Yeah,
and that it
yeah,
sold more than Returnal. It
yeah,
went onto
yeah. And
PC,
Returnal is a
so
PC coded
yeah,
game, so I don't even
yeah.
know. Yeah.
So yeah, so
So,
so so there's no excuse, you know. No, that's gonna be the new excuse. Oh, but it's PlayStation mascot. Oh yeah, but they put God of War on the goddamn PC. Like, nah, I'm not trying to hear no excuses. You know, if we don't see
Exactly.
Astrobot, something's happening. Something's happening.
Oh, they're gonna. Yeah, it's definitely. It doesn't make sense
Oh,
for them
let's see.
to not lock down their own system, given the power that they have now
Yeah.
with Xbox gone, right? So I
Mm-hmm.
do think a lot of this chasing the PC crowd was because Xbox, like Sony, has been kind of off when they don't do their own thing and they start looking at what Xbox is doing. Because remember how Xbox went day and date on PC, and then like a year later, Sean Layden's like, "Well, let's go to the PC players."
Oh, so.
Um, I I think it's
Yeah, I know what you mean. Sometimes they get nervous. I think Sony. The one thing, if Sony needs to emulate anybody, they need to emulate Nintendo and just be like,
yeah.
we don't give a damn. We're gonna do what we do, and that's it. Just don't worry about, don't worry about what other people are doing. Just focus on your stuff and get it through. I mean, Nintendo. That's how Nintendo are. Nintendo doesn't worry
Yeah,
about
exactly.
50 million people. They focus on their core strategy. They focus on their core audience, and it is working flawlessly. And the best part is, right, you're not introducing people who don't really like your games. Because it's true what Extreme says. PC gamers don't really like PlayStation games, but yet they talk the most about it. But they don't really like the games.
PC
And the
gamers
PC
aren't.
gamers that do like the games, they got a PlayStation. So it's like, what are we doing here?
I always like. Yeah, I'm a PC guy, but I don't game on a PC anymore. But to be honest, like from my experience, they're not gamers as the sense as console gamers are, where we actually just want to play the game. They're more about the hardware, the specs,
Okay.
putting up it's they're a different breed for sure, right? So yeah, M is right. He's on hard, like, and they get these
Trying
PCs
to cater to an
like
audience that really don't want your games across the
exactly. There's no
spectrum, and
point.
it's proven they don't your games like. And I know they're trying to pull the it's not day and date. No, because you guys wait for sales anyway. So even if the game was day and date, you still wait. So it's like they're not really
The
interested in PlayStation games.
the
It's just not.
majority of games that are sold, they're like the majority of them do better on console, and
Yeah.
that's just like you'll have your Capcom game here and there, and then all of a sudden you'll see these PC guys like, oh look, this it did better on PC than console. So, like, but on average, there's a lot more games that are sold with a better sell through than PC.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, yeah. So I'm gonna get out of here.
Mhm.
Get back to work, and I'll be listening.
All right, brother. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for
Yeah,
coming
man,
by.
and congrats on the pending retirement, man. Hope everything
Yes,
goes well.
appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for coming through.
All right, bye.
All right. All right. Let's see what we got here. All right, we got somebody in the waiting room. Okay, let me. All right, who we got here? We got High on Life.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, what's up, man? How you been?
Doing good, man. Everything's great, man. Feel blessed.
Yeah,
Just feel
congratulations.
excited, man. Thank you.
All the moves that have happened and all the moves are happening.
Yeah, it feels good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just feel good, man. I feel real good. You know what I mean.
Yep,
All right. So
absolutely
what's up?
understand.
So what's going on?
Oh, nothing, man. Just rolling into the weekend. If anything, I know that the Tigers and the Red Sox were tied. I don't know what the score is now. It's like, I can't watch this.
I know what you mean, man. I know what you mean, man. Like this is absolutely insane. This series
Yeah.
is like,
This American League.
yeah, Yankees are just a half a game behind Toronto. 5-game win streak, and I'm like, oh my god, this is so nerve wracking. It's like literally nerve wracking.
Absolutely. But the Astros kind of stuttered there for a moment. I'm hoping. I mean, obviously, I hate the Astros, but
Yeah.
if anything, it was coming down to the wire there. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what goes on the next few days. But other than that, that's pretty much it. And then, of course, the state of play happened just a few days ago, so that was pretty exciting.
Yes.
Really looking forward to Saros. Really huge Returnal fan, so absolutely stoked to be picking that up day one. And
Yeah.
the best thing of all, obviously, with all the state of plays that have been happening over the last year or two, the best thing about that one specifically was no mention of PC anywhere for any of the first party
Oh,
games.
oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So when I get into my when I get into my sandbox, when I get into my box, I'm gonna talk about why I think State of Play is 10-10. So just stand by
Yep,
for
yep,
that.
yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But definitely.
Yeah, I'll be waiting for that.
Oh,
If
oh
anything,
yeah. There's gonna be some hurt feelings. So
pretty
stand
much,
by.
man.
People will be like 10 out of 10. We're like, oh yeah, 10 out of 10, baby. And I'm gonna explain why. I'm gonna explain
Yep.
why when we get to
I
the show. But
mean,
yeah.
for me, it was absolutely out of the park. And like I said, it was mostly because of the fact that I didn't get to see anything related to PC. And then obviously, I mean, of course, we can talk about those speakers and
Mm-hmm.
the lineup of hardware that seemingly is catering to that audience. But
Yeah.
as as the last guy had said, these
Yeah.
these things have been in motion for years before release. It's not like they just decided, hey, in the last few months, let's release these things for PC. This probably was something in the works for at least a year or two. So we're probably on the tail end of that. And that's kind of what I was going to get into a few weeks back when I had last gone on here. But ever since Nishino came in, obviously a lot of people I think expect like immediate impact, like immediate actions being taken to
Yeah.
strategies and things like that. But I had argued at that time that it's probably going to be at least until next year, at the beginning of the year, that you're going to actually see a lot of these things start to change.
Yeah.
But obviously, there'll be like little sprinkles of things happening, and even with just this last state of play, like I said, it seemingly felt like the focus was once again on the platform that they hold, which should have been the case from the very get go. But it's just reassuring to know that, at least we have some breathing room with regards to the whole stagger release or whatever may come down the road. But I was thrilled. And of course, I'm a Neo person. I love the Neo series, so I'm really looking forward to Neo 3.
Yeah.
Played the demo a few weeks ago, and that was absolutely banger.
Mm-hmm. Great series. Absolutely, yeah.
What did you think overall? I mean, obviously you said 10 out of 10, but what's your most look forward to title?
Obviously, it's out of the whole thing. It's Wolverine. I mentioned it on the 60 Frames Don't Like podcast. That was the one thing I think it had to be there. That's what I was waiting for, right? And also, I wanted to see if they were really gonna make it visceral. I think a lot of people were wondering about that. Will the game be visceral? Because this is Wolverine. Is Insomniac gonna go there, or are they gonna play it safe? And no, they went there. They went there, right? So you saw the thumbnail, right? The claws right through the head. Oh yeah, they went there.
Man.
Yeah, you like that, right? So they went there. That's exactly what I wanted to see. I really enjoyed how Sorrows looked. I was like, okay, this is looking great. Looking forward to that. Deus Ex remake or remastered. That was a nice surprise. I was like, okay, that's a little bit something. You know, Flight Simulator. I'm not really into Flight Simulator until they mentioned VR2 support.
Yeah.
Now, the reason why that changes my mind, because I don't know, I played there's a game Ace Combat has VR.
Mm-hmm.
So I played it in VR. I didn't even play the regular mode. I just played the VR and loved it. And then I tried to play the regular mode, the non-VR mode. I'm like, nah. So VR on certain games changes the perspective and stuff like that. And when I saw that, I'm like, oh, man. I think I might give Flight Simulator a try, but only because of the VR. Not because of, the regular game, But to be immersed, I'll give it a shot,
Yeah.
but only because of VR. That's it. Not because of much anything else. But overall, I enjoyed the show. But when I get in my soapbox on why 10-10, I think everyone's gonna enjoy why I give it a 10-10.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, like you said, I mean, obviously with the Microsoft Flight Simulator. I mean, cool. You know, it's last year's game coming over, but I think the real cherry on top for that was obviously going to be the VR implementation. So
Yeah.
I have a VR too, and it's been collecting dust, unfortunately, over the last few weeks. But I'll probably pick that up once they release the mode or release that iteration of the game, and we'll go from there, I guess. But
Yeah.
oh yeah, I gotta say, man, I commented on your last video, and I was making poking some fun at the fact that you guys have brought up that little screenshot of somebody taking a photo of like the end of the show of the PlayStation
Oh
State of
yeah.
Play.
Yeah.
Like most of those titles didn't even show up except for the most obvious ones.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I was just laughing about it. I was like, oh man, this is why I actively try not to seek out
Yeah.
that sort of information, because I know 9 out of 10 times it's going to be misleading, or there's nothing ever comes out 100%, unless obviously it's the day of, then all of a sudden people have that information on hand. But still, at that point, it's like, I'll just wait for the show. I'm not
Okay.
gonna
yeah.
waste my time.
Most of the time, I just saw that one was pretty interesting because it was like it wasn't too exaggerated. Like sometimes they exaggerated, like they put Resistance, they put all these wish list games that makes it so obvious, and you're like, oh, okay, whatever. You know.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm glad Wolverine was there. That was absolutely fantastic.
It's gonna be a really great year next year. Can't wait for all the games that are gonna be released. And then
oh yeah,
man, I know we were talking about this in the chat, but me and Old Man were going kind of like a back and forth about that too, about the whole Nixus situation.
Okay.
About them being basically transformed into an XDev support studio type. And
yeah,
I had argued that for like years. Ever since Nixus was picked up, I was like, there's no reason to pick up this studio unless you're thinking of transforming them into some sort of support studio, because obviously, I mean, even that too, like with the PC porting, not to diminish or, you know, down talk the quality of work that they've done over the years, but it just felt like a lot of folks were glazing them for like their ports. And then,
I was like, some of them saying the best PlayStation studio. I'm like, shut the fuck! I'm like, get out of here.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to hear that BS.
Yeah, I was getting sick and tired of it, because I mean, even with their last like major port, which was, I'm thinking in my brain it was Spider-Man 2, but I don't know, maybe they released something after the fact. But like that was a complete mess at launch on PC, and I failed to see what the value was of that studio outside of the ports. And now that I'm hearing, you know, that they're transitioning to more of that support role, I feel a lot better about it. But at the same time, I gotta know that the whole studio is actively involved with developing and helping putting games on PS5 only. I think the PC business just needs to kind of go away, at least for, you know, the single player titles and things of that nature. So, but yeah, I was a bit happy about that, but obviously I got to know more about what's going on behind the scenes as far as that is concerned, because it could be a real telling thing, you know, like you were saying, you got to give it a moment to see if something of significance actually happens down the road. But a lot of the signs lately have been very positive for the most part. But I mean, of course, we just don't know. These are companies that are always seeking the bottom line. So we'll just have to wait and see, I guess. But how did you feel about that, the whole Nixus information?
I don't know. So for me, the main thing for me for Nixus was Sony will pay money, and they were primarily a porting studio. I was like, so a first party studio, and their job is to put games on other platform, right?
Yep.
But with Nixus having involved in Sorrows, I like that. At least I'll take that. Yeah. At least, you know, you should be focusing on your platform. Like if you're a PlayStation first party studio, you should be doing stuff for the console. You should be doing something for the audience that buys PlayStation. So I'm hoping that there is a change happening, but kind of like, you know, we probably just couldn't see it because it's not immediate. It takes a while. But I hope they did change their strategy. I hope that this was I'm not gonna say experiment. Like they implemented something, and it's been around for 5 years, right? But now that the results are out, I'm hoping that they realize it's just not worth it. We're not getting like the money. We're not getting the traction. Because to really get traction on PC, they're gonna have to go like they really gonna have to commit to third party. If they really want money from that platform, you're gonna have to commit. You can't half-ass it, and that's always been my problem. Like you can't half-ass being a first party. Talk about PlayStation's the best place to play, but then you put the game on PC, and there's a better version on PC. Like it don't work. Like your messages doesn't make sense. Do you want PlayStation to be the best place to play games? Then you have to commit. You gotta ignore all these other platforms. You have to ignore them. They're not your platforms. They'll be fine. Your platform's the one you made. You have studios that make games. Just worry about what you make and stuff. You know, so hopefully they're getting back to that. Hopefully they realize that 2%. And the thing is, it's not like they didn't that during that fiscal they didn't release a lot of games. They released a lot of games on PC. It was a culmination of God of War, Horizon, Last of Us. You know, and then of course they have Destiny, Money Transaction, MLB The Show's on Xbox and Switch, not on PC, but Xbox and Switch, Horizon, Helldivers transactions from PC. There was just a lot of outside of PlayStation stuff that they released that fiscal, and they end up with like 2% of the revenue. Can't even make more money than physical sales. Like what was it all for? You know,
well, I mean, the craziest thing about that too, I mean, like when I went back and kind of looked at the numbers, I mean, that 2% is not telling the whole story. I mean, we're talking about like at least 60% of that 2% being live service, and the other 40% being all those single player titles that have been ported to other platforms that single year, that single fiscal year. So that's kind of where the argument comes from me as far as like, is it even worth the time to port those games over to other platforms aside from your own? And I, of course, no. I mean, if what I was seeing was correct, I mean, we're talking about like less than 50, 60 million in pure profits for a lot of those games that I ported. And again, as you had said, those are your God of Wars, your Horizons, your big titles, and they weren't making a dime. Well, I mean, obviously they were making a dime, but in the grand scale of things, it was a drop in a bucket. So I just don't know what else they need to see to know that, hey, these aren't working. I mean, even with the Switch ports, I mean, obviously they licensed off their IP to Bandai Namco for, you know, the likes of Everybody's Golf, Freedom Wars, and those weren't, you know, selling a ton of units. I mean, obviously they didn't really have to worry about that, but again, I think at that point you'd rather just keep those IP close to your chest and just wait until, you know, a newer iteration of PlayStation devices comes out, especially with the handheld coming out. I mean, those games would have been perfect for that. But yeah, I guess we'll have to just wait and see, and hopefully, you know, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. But goddamn, it's been a long tunnel. 5 years.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, are we like Sony? Okay, are you done fucking around, Sony? Are you done with the experiment? Like, can we be serious once again, please? Thank
Literally,
you.
are we there yet, man? Like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, are we out of here now?
Are we done with this nonsense? You know, are you done experimenting? Are you happy? Did you get the results? No, you didn't. Okay. But you know, talking with Glassdoor, I think Astrobot would be a good indicator because it's been a year now. So over the it should be within the next couple of months. Technically speaking, I'm surprised they haven't announced it already because, you know, the holiday season is coming up.
Exactly what I was pointing out.
You know what I'm saying?
Literally, the holiday season is just right around the corner.
Yeah.
And then one of the things that kind of, I'll be honest, one of the things that kind of made my heartbeat kind of skip, like during that state of play, was when they brought on the Gran Turismo segment. I was like, fuck. Please tell.
Nah, you thought it was the PC announcement.
Yeah, yeah. I was like, I was like, fuck. I was like, I'm just gonna drop the stream as soon as
Oh,
it mentions anything PC. But thankfully,
that's
it was
it. Pack it up, boys. If that would, yo,
Yep.
listen. If that, you know what? I didn't even think about that, right? Because I'll be honest, I didn't
Yeah.
even think about that. But if that would have happened, it's like
Yeah,
pack it up,
everybody
boys.
Yep.
Pack that shit up. Oh man. Oh
Drop half
man.
the viewers.
Nobody will be talking about Wolverine. They'll be talking about that.
Yeah.
All the grifters will be all over that. That would have been the biggest thing. But
Dude,
because
but just knowing.
Mhm.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
But because PC grifters didn't get that, now they're doing videos on how the show sucked.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, now they're acting like it's old news, but just a few weeks ago, you had the likes of, what was his name? Septic Gaz? Is that his name? I don't even remember. Yeah, him.
Sauce.
Crying over the fact that Flight Simulator had shown up, and then, of course, you had Kid Smooth nowhere to be found. Somebody got to go check on him. And then, of course, I don't know if he's your bro or not, but Post just took a major L.
Oh, yeah. That's what I posted that. I'm like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, Post was really in his feels yesterday. So it was a really grand sight to see. But before I get handed off to Mighty, I just want to say, how like you were talking about your childhood or your, the Gen X, literally the commercials that would come on as far as telling you to stay at home and things of that nature.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would argue for millennials, it was all about anti-piracy, like those piracy ads that kept popping up at the beginning of your VHS.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah. I remember that.
Oh yeah.
Every time the FBI warning for everything, because we were recording on cassettes and VCR cassettes. I remember that.
And then for you guys is get back inside, and for us is like stop being inside.
Like get the hell out. Like there is sun. Go find it.
Exactly.
Oh man.
It's fucking hilarious. That memory has stuck with me for years. Like
God, I forgot about that too.
Yeah, just turning on the VHS DVDs and then getting hit with that piracy ad at the beginning. You're like, oh, I'm in some deep shit. If they catch me, god damn.
Oh man.
Yeah, man, it's been a pleasure again to be back on tonight. And like I said, hopefully, there's things to come for us PlayStation folk, man. They need to cater us.
Okay. All right, brother. All right. I got Mighty Tree in the room. Let me pull him up.
Then, all right, man. Have a good night.
Appreciate it, man. You too. Have a good night, man. All right. Let me get Mighty Tree real quick. In here. All right. Okay.
Yo, what up? What up?
What up? What up?
What's going down, yo?
Hey, man. Friday night. I feel good. I feel blessed. Got a great community. If the community could hit the like button, I would truly appreciate it. But anyway,
I'm into YouTube. Let me do that right now while we're on the screen before I forget. Yeah.
Hit the like button, please. Share this out. Truly appreciate it. If you're new to the channel, subscribe and keep rocking out with the family. So what's going on, Mighty Tree?
Hey man, my little YouTube channel just surpassed 1,000 subscribers, which I know it ain't impressive, but I've had this channel. What's up?
That's great. Yeah. That's fantastic, bro. I was there too, bro. I had streams where only one person would watch, and that was Next Gen 720, just to say it was dog shit.
Yeah, and it goes back to what I was telling you before when we were talking about how this generation is all about being first to something. If you have content first, if you're able to put something out before everybody else does, it could pick up some steam. It started because I was like I told you, I was playing this Destiny game and I uploaded some content to Reddit that wasn't as widely known yet, and then people started flocking to the channel, leaving a lot of good feedback. So it's kind of reminds me of 2013, 2014 all over again. I really like it. So that's been cool. That's just something that happened recently, just this past week. So that's been pretty cool. But we got to talk about this state of play, man. We definitely got you. You said it's a 10 out of 10. Is that
Yes.
what you're standing on?
Yeah, that's what I'm standing on. But I'm not gonna explain now. That's my how would you say keynote speech.
Your keynote speech.
Yeah,
When was
I'm gonna
that?
give a
Where
keynote
can I
speech.
catch
I'm
that?
gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. But
Oh,
right now, I'm
okay,
entertaining
okay.
you guys. You guys jump in the room,
Shit, okay.
so I want to see what you're talking about. But I'm gonna give my keynote speech. But I haven't got the opportunity to say my keynote speech on why it's a 10.
You gotta wear a leather jacket like Nvidia man. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna give my keynote speech. But what's going on, brother?
Well, we could just talk about that for a sec. So, state of play, some of the games that stood out for me. Obviously, Soros is one of them, and I wanted to touch on that because you've kind of had this tit for tat about Killzone, right? The reason why I'm bringing it up is because Returnal was a launch window title, right? And I never got a chance to play it. I never played Returnal, but Soros was really good. It? I still haven't played it. Maybe if I can see a good sale, maybe I'll go check it out.
Hey, chat. Hold on. I gotta ask the chat something. So, where is the kick functionality in Discord?
Here we go.
I don't know where it's at. Can you guys tell me? Now I'm playing. Anyone says they play Returnal, get this guy out of here. It's a great game, man. Oh, it's so awesome. I loved it. One of my favorite games to this gen still. One of my favorite
the
games.
story is good. The action, everything.
Story was great. Action was great. There's a little plot twist to the story, which made it great. Like it just worked so well. The story was to me. The story was so good, and how they told it. I can actually see Housemarque making a horror game. And when you play, you can see why. It was good, man. I was like, wow. I think that game is underrated. To me, Returnal's gonna be one of those games where, like, in 10 more years, everybody's gonna talk about it. 10 years later, everybody's gonna be like, "Oh my god!"
Sci-fi?
It's a little bit of sci-fi. So it's definitely sci-fi, right? A little bit of a plot twist to the story, a bit of haunting to it, right? Action, great action, like fantastic action. Gameplay is phenomenal, astounding gameplay. But it's well done all across the board. The story, the lore, the gameplay. I'm telling you, I think it's one of those underrated games. I don't know why it's so underrated. I don't know why. I felt that this game should be more popular than what it is now because they did everything well across the board. They did everything well.
I like that.
They did everything.
Always good.
Everything is polished across the board, man.
You have to take jabs at doing something different instead of just doing a franchise everybody knows and actually being a pioneer and just creating something different. Like Helldivers, for example, is a good example of that because they've taken, what do you even call that? It's an extraction shooter, but it's kind of like your horde shooter, right? Like your Left 4 Dead style.
It's like they took the team combat. Mixed with extraction, right? But they didn't make it about just extraction, right? It's still missions, right? And they did like the little things. Like little things matter. Like you just don't simply press a button to initiate an attack. You have to press like up, down, left, right. So like in the middle of battle, you have to do these codes, like, a good teamwork environment, and then also the humor behind the game. So they hit all of it.
I think what really makes games jump off these days is memes. Like, when Among Us took off, it was just because everyone was seeing these goofy little videos on TikTok or whatever little apps they're watching, whatever, Instagram, Facebook, and people see it and they'd flock to the game like that. Well, Helldivers did that because I remember before I bought the game, I remember seeing a clip of a guy who was standing with a revolver. I think it was a pistol at the top of a cliff, and one of the giant, huge arachnid-looking, Titans was like in front of him, and he jumped into him while cooking his grenade in slow motion, and it was like, join the Helldivers. And I'm like, it's funny because now we're gonna see a movie coming out where people on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation are all rallying behind the same banner.
Yeah,
that's actually kind of cool. I like that. But I think one thing that they did right was making the characters overpowered, like making you a complete badass, and just instead of them trying to nerf all of your favorite guns, just buff everything. buff everything, let everybody have
just
fun.
Just have fun, yeah.
Yeah, blow each other up with the 500 kg. You know, just for the love of God, just don't scribble it on your ammunition. But but going back to Soros, so Soros is, I guess, a spiritual successor to Returnal. They're actually tied together. I don't know.
So I think because a lot of people are saying stuff only because the gameplay seems similar, and I think a lot of people are tying into it. I think it's just a case of Housemark, because remember they're an indie developer, so a lot of their indie games have the same gameplay style, whatever. I think they just did that in the bigger space, like in the AA space or whatever. I don't know. I think it's two separate games. It could be. Maybe it's in the same universe. Maybe it ties into a third title. You know, I don't know. It could be. You know, it could be. I don't know. I don't know what the strategy is. It might be in the same universe, and then it all ties in on the third title. That could be a plot twist. It could be possible.
My other question is, because I never looked this up, what engine are they using? Because that's probably not Unreal.
I think you know it's UE. I think it's Unreal. I think they use Unreal.
Returnal was Unreal?
I think they use Unreal. Let me see Housemark. Let me see. Let me look.
I don't know if it was Unreal, because like I think of games like Stellar Blade, right? Stellar Blade used Unreal 4, and that game ran very good, like getting over 80 frames per second on the Pro, with like really good visuals. And then you play a game that's Unreal 5, and it's like all these textures. They use so much RAM. There's so much. I don't know. It seems like it's very taxing, and so a lot of these Unreal Engine 5 games.
It's Unreal 5. It's Unreal 5.
So they have to. Okay, so they've had to rely on like lower internal resolutions and bumping it up, especially on consoles. Okay, I mean Unreal's gonna be around. There's no getting around that. I just hope that they figure that shit out before the Cyberpunk sequel. If they're gonna go with Unreal 5, that's a big deal for me because the game looked incredible just with whatever the red engine was for the time that they did that. So. You know, so there's that. And I was going to mention this too, because I wanted to compare Returnal to Killzone Shadowfall. You got to hear me out. So the PS4 launched what year? It was November 2013, right? Killzone was a launch title. And by January 2014, it had sold 2.1 million, right? But people would consider that not a success. However, the tie rate to people buying the console and then picking up a game, Killzone was easily the most tied to the console sale, right? Returnal came out during the launch window. I believe that the PlayStation 5 launched at the end of what year was it, man? I forget. It was what was it, 2020? I think it was 2020. It's been so long already, right? It feels like it's been a long time ago because COVID kind of put a pause on the whole planet. And then, like, I guess, like, within 5 or 6 months later, Returnal comes out, and by the end of 2022, it had sold, like, 800,000 copies. So just looking at those numbers, I think Returnal, you're absolutely right, Returnal might be one of those maybe cult classics that slipped under the radar because not as many people adopted the PS5 by that time. Because if you remember, it was hard to get a hold of a PlayStation 5 for the first year. You understand? Like that first year to 2 years of trying to get one, it was like you had to be lucky to get one. You had to hit up Amazon at just the right time and follow someone on Twitter. And I was lucky enough to get two. I had bought one for my brother and I had bought one for myself because some dude mentioned on Twitter that they had started taking pre-orders the day before they were supposed to. And I was like, what? No way. I went to Amazon and I was like, I'm going to add this to my cart. And I added it to my cart. It was the launch disc model. And I was like, I'm about to see if I could buy it. Oh shit, it went through. And I was like, I just ordered PS5. And it was the day before the pre-orders were supposed to happen. And then a week later, I get an email from Sony saying, we see that you've been with us for so long, blah, blah, blah. I want to give you the chance to sit in the queue on our website and order a PlayStation 5. And I was like, bet. I went and pre-ordered. I pre-ordered the $400. Imagine trying to buy a PS5 brand new for that price nowadays. A $400 digital, PlayStation 5, and I got that one for my brother at the time. You know what I'm saying? And so it was like he was so excited because he had been on house arrest for a while, so he wasn't really doing a whole lot. And I was like, "Here, man, this is gonna be something for you to be excited about." And And yeah, he made the best out of that because he was at home a lot. But that was a good little moment there. But the launch title, like the launch titles for the PS5, I'm trying to think which one was the most. Which one sold the most? Do we know that?
Miles Morales.
Miles Morales. Oh yeah, I had that one
Easily.
too.
It's
Yeah.
easily.
Yeah.
Miles Morales.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Mhm.
Wow, good old Miles, man. Okay, all right, okay.
Mm.
So there's Soros, which, like I said, I think people just missed out on Returnal because maybe they didn't have a PlayStation 5 yet to actually take advantage of it. And
I think
remember,
that
Returnal
I
wasn't
think
on the PS4. It was built for the PS5. So that limits where it can go. Like when Killzone Shadowfall came out, you couldn't buy it on the PS3. You had to get it on the PlayStation 4. And so some people might have kind of missed that window because by the time they ended up getting a PS4, they're not really looking for, Killzone Shadowfall. They're looking at whatever Call of Duty or Battlefield has came out, So I think that some people just missed it. But
well, not
Shadowfall
just that.
wasn't nearly
I think
as good,
it also suffered from the $70 price tag. It was one of the first games.
What, Killzone?
No, Housemarque.
Which one?
Returnal was $70.
Returnal. Oh shit! I didn't. Okay.
So it was $70. So it was one of the first games to be $70, and without a reputation of establishing of making AA, AAA games, because Housemarque was an indie dev. So this was their first game, bigger project, and it's already $70. So I think it's a combination of the studio not being, going from smaller titles to a bigger title, and then automatically, $70. And around that time, the price hike it took a negative feedback. So only like the biggest games was surviving the $70 price tag at the time until now it's normalized. Now it's normal. But before, a lot of people were like, I ain't paying $70. You better be a NBA. You better
it was
be
$64.99, like the end of the PS4 generation, right? Weren't most games going for that price?
No, it was
So it was like,
no,
it was 59.
It was 60
okay.
bucks, yeah. All the games.
I could have sworn I remember games being 65 at one point.
No, it was $60. Unless you're in Canada or some shit. But it was 60 bucks. Yeah, it was $60, and but that impacted it. So Returnal came out at a time where the price hike happened. There was a lot of negative feedback. So unless you were a well-known, big, established games, they should have launched it at 60. So that way, that negativity wasn't going to hit the game, but it hit. The $70, I think, was a big part of that issue. A lot of people are not feeling that $70 price tag for a game like Returnal, so they never gave it a chance. But yeah. All right, my brother.
Catch it on a sale.
I need to get on my soapbox. I need to get on my keynote speech because I got.
You're gonna do that right now?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now because I got 2 more people in, so I need to get in my keynote speech.
Okay, yeah, no problem, man. It's good talking with you.
All right.
I'll chop it up with you later.
All right, brother. All right, chat. We need to get into my keynote speech. Frosty, Leo, Jimmy. I know you guys are in the waiting room, and I'm gonna pull you guys up, right? But for now, let me do my thing and get you. Let me get you guys, in on it so I could do my keynote speech. So here we go. This is what we're doing, right? For the chat. You ready? You ready to get this popping? We're gonna get this popping. Okay. Let me do the super chats. We got Chill Will says Playground can multi-development, but most of the team is working on Fable. That could be, that could be a factor, right? With teams working on Fable, there's only so much resources they could put. That's a good point. Gordo P23 with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Says, I don't think Astrobot will ever get ported to any platform because it's a playable PS4 ad. No one would want an ad for another store on their platform, especially Nintendo. All right, that could be a thing. But I think Astrobot, we'll see. We'll see if there's any more PC ports, Live service, I think we call agree that's gonna stay a thing. Because, that's always gonna stay a thing. But we'll see what their other stuff. And Glassdoor Gamer, thank you for the super chat, says get Housemarque on Decima Engine, Herman. I asked somebody that question, right? And they said that, yes, it's an in-house engine, but the people you hire, because it's in-house, may not have any familiarity with that, right? So what happens is if you want to start a project quick, you have to use the tools that the people you hire. And Unreal, for better or worse, a lot of people are familiar with Unreal. It's just that the engine sucks, all right? All right. Let's get this going. State of play, right? State of play right here, right? Man, how can I put this? I would like to put this. See, this is a problem. This is a problem because I would like to do both. See, if I have my other camera on, can I have my other camera on? In fact, that's what I'm gonna do. Hold on, give me a second. Let me turn this camera off. Let me see if I can do this. I'm gonna do this, right? I'm gonna do this real quick. Give me a second. I'm multitasking here, people. You know, I'm multitasking here, but I need to do something real quick. Let me do the webcam thing. Let me activate it. Does this work? Does it work? All right, there we go. Oh man, damn! I took up the whole box. Hold on, let me fix this. I didn't mean to take up the whole box. Hold on, let me fix this. Let me fix this. Boom. All right, here we go. Yes, it's backwards. I'm not gonna reverse the mirror because then that's a little bit too much work. All right. So, all right, you got me here. I'm gonna use this here. All right, boom. Look at that. Boom. All right, so I'm gonna play this in the background. Okay. Why is? Let me stretch this out. Why is state of play 10-10? Why am I giving it 10-10? You know, why? How dare you? I know this guy. I know there's some of you be like, how dare you? Like Greta Thunberg right now. Some of you are looking at me like, how dare you, Puertorock? Some of y'all giving it 6s. Some of y'all giving it 5s. Some of y'all giving all this stuff, right? So how am I giving it a 10-10? You want to know why? Because state of play woke me the fuck up. That's just facts. It woke me up. It snapped me back into reality. Listen, I was lost. You know what I'm saying? I was lost. I was having my crisis in my faith. I was having a crisis. It happens to all of us. I was having a crisis. All right? I was just having a crisis. It is what it is. We all go through it, right? Right? But when I was watching the show, I'm thinking, oh, snap, Soros. And they put a launch date, March. Cool. And then they show Wolverine. I mean, look at this, bro. Look at this. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Look at this. And then this comes out in September, right? And I'm thinking, yo, I'm excited. I'm like, oh, Soros looks dope. This looks fire. And then they say it's coming out in September 2026. And then I said to myself, oh, shit. 2026 is going to be fire. Look at that. Look at that. I said, listen. Hold on. Let me go back to Wolverine, though. Look at this. Fall 2026. Look at that. Fall 2026, right? Fall 2026. I'm thinking, yo, hold on. Follow me, chat. Follow me. Listen. We're going to wrap this up together. March, Soros. May, Grand Theft Auto 6. Fall 2026, Wolverine. And I'm like, yo, it's going to be so dope. My PlayStation 5 Pro is ready. And then I thought, like, wait a minute. Yo, what if I didn't own a PlayStation? What if I jumped to PC right now? What if I was a PC gamer? Chat, imagine this shit. You spend $3,000 on a PC and you ain't playing Soros, Grand Theft Auto 6, or Wolverine. What the fuck did you pay $3,000 for? To do what? If I would have owned a PC, listen, if I would have got suckered into buying Oh Knows Alex's stupid ass Starch 4 PC, I will fly to Florida right now and punch him in his face. I'll be like, bitch, the fuck I spent $2,000 for? The fuck am I gonna do with this piece of shit next year? And you can play your backlog. Fuck your backlog. The fuck? I spent $3,000 goddamn dollars to do fucking what? Soros in March, Grand Theft Auto 6 in May, Wolverine in fall, and I got this dumbass Fuda Forge PC to do fucking what? $3,000 for what? Bro, you know what that means? Yo, imagine you're at a club and you're all waiting. And I give the door guy $3,000. He's like, all right, just wait. But he lets the other dudes that pay 50 in. Now they drinking all the liquor. They hitting, they're talking to all the girls, and I'm outside still waiting. The fuck is you talking about? I'm like, yo, this is stupid. You paying 20? I expect you that you don't have to spend 3,000. I don't get. All right, fine, 900. I spend 900 for fucking what? For what? For what? To do fucking what? You bought an Xbox Rock Ally to do fucking what? To do what? You spent $1,300 on Legion Go for what? Somebody answer me for fucking what? The free online. Fuck out of here. You earn about $80 a year? Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Your goddamn power supply went out. That's just like $500. What the fuck is we talking about here? I'm thinking, yo, if I were at a PC gaming right now, I will be ass the fuck out the entire year 2026. I would literally have to be begging that some third party is making something dope in 2026. Please, somebody in third party, Capcom, whatever, because what the hell else are you going to be doing? I was like, yo, $3,000 and you can't play Sorrows. You can't play Grand Theft Auto 6. You can't play Wolverine. And the best thing you got, oh, I'm a patient fellow. No, you a sucker. How you spend more money and you gotta wait? That shit don't make sense. Imagine you buy a first class ticket, but you're forced to be last on board. That's not how it works. So this shit's 10-10 because the state of play woke me the fuck up. Ain't nobody buying. Alex, stop selling. Ain't nobody your stupid ass Starch Forge PC. Ain't nobody give a fuck. Ain't nobody give a shit about that stupid ass Fuda Forge PC. The hell you gonna do about it? Congratulations, you bought yourself a Fuda Forge PC not to play Sorrows, not to play Wolverine, not to play Grand Theft Auto. Kind of dumb shit is this? This is the stupidest proposition ever. Oh, but I can't emulate games from 1989. Fuck your 1989 games. Motherfucker still playing the Oregon Trail. Ain't nobody give a fuck. Ain't nobody give a shit. My PlayStation's better than yours. You don't even play PlayStation at all, so who gives a fuck? Oh, okay. I could play Jumping Flash. I don't give a shit. I can emulate Jumping Flash, Puertorock. You can't. You can't emulate that. Fuck off. Think I give a shit about Jumping Flash? I'm trying to play Wolverine, bitch. Fuck is we talking about? This shit is straight stupid. It's a stupid proposition. It's downright retarded. It's downright retarded. Spending all that money just so you can watch games just go by and then wait one day. And that's assuming if Sony didn't change their plan. Now we don't even know about that. Man, if y'all don't shut up. 10-10, bitch. I ain't trying to hear this shit. It's 10-10. Argue with your mama. It's 10-10. State of play was 10-10. Argue with your mama. Because there's no debating me. It's 10-10. Alright? It's 10-10. I ain't trying to hear that. I ain't trying to hear that bullshit. Stop playing. Stop playing, bro. Come on, man. Look at this. Who y'all playing with? Look at this. The hell we're gonna do with a Fuda Forge PC? What? I have a $3,000 Fuda Forge PC in March. What am I doing in March? I'm not doing this. Man, if you don't cut it out. I was lost, bro. This state of play woke me back up. This state of play woke me back up. When I realized, wait a minute. Look at the bangers we getting. Man, you on PC, boy? Fuck out of here. You can't talk to us. Man, get out of here with your bullshit. Ain't nobody trying to hear your bullshit. Think I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna get it in a year later, host. Who gives a fuck what you do in 2027 or 2028? We might be dead. Tomorrow's not promised today. The hell we talking about? Talking about 2027, 2028. I ain't trying to hear that bullshit. Nah, we not doing this. Goddamn $1,500 GPUs. For what? To do what? Man, cut it the hell out. I ain't trying to hear this shit. Man, y'all bugging. 10-10. State of play was 10 out of 10. It was 10 out of 10, right? PC grifters hurting so bad. Look at them. Look at these guys. Look at these guys. Let me show you. Look at this. Look at the pain. Look at pain, bro. This is pain, bro. Pain. Goddamn pain. Can you see the pain? They hurting, bro. Hurting. Look at this. Look at this guy. The hell you doing? Who's great and bad? No, that shit's 10-10, Dreamcast guy. 10 out of goddamn 10. The hell's wrong with you? Look at this one. State of mid. Get out of here. 10-10, bum. 10-10. Ain't nobody. Right? And you know, and here's the crazy part. What was the number one thing we were all worried about? Especially when it came to Wolverine. Is that it was going to be, whether it was going to be visceral. Let's not lie. We were all nervous that Insomniac might tone it down to keep it that teen rating for sales. We all know that. We know we were all worried about that. That is why, that was the number one thing everybody was worrying about. We were worried about that teen rating. Facts. Oh no. Apparently not. People still worry about Sweet Baby Inc. Shut the fuck up. Ain't nobody worrying about Mystique's ass. She never had a fat ass to begin with. Stop it. The hell we talking about? Ain't nobody worried about Sweet Baby Mystique. Ain't nobody give a shit about that. That's just played out. Ain't nobody care about that. Ain't nobody trying to worry about that. All right? Like, what are we doing here? Ain't nobody worried about that. Ain't nobody worried about whether or not Mystique is a Woody. Right? Nobody. Nobody was wondering if she's a Woody. And everybody's asking what's a Woody? It's white girl with a booty. Nobody's worrying about that. All right? We were worrying about whether Wolverine was going to tear some shit up. That's it. That's what we were worried about. If we were going to tear some shit up. And we got that. He's going to, listen, claw to the face. Claw to the face. That's it. We ain't worried about that. Come on, man. And wait a minute, Sweet Baby. You got orange hair, girl. Your hair is orange. Stop it. Cut it out. We're not playing this shit. 10-10. 10-10. State of play. Argue with your mama. Argue with your mama. It is 10-10. I'm not trying to hear it. 2026 is going to be a banger for PlayStation. Xbox, hey, at least you got Grand Theft Auto 6. So at least you got something. PC, nah. We ain't spending $2,000 on goddamn handhelds. We're not doing that. Come on now. We're not doing that bullshit. Like, what are we talking about here? Come on now. What are we talking about? Look at this bullshit. Listen. We're not doing this. We are not dropping $2,000 on no goddamn handhelds. We're not doing that. We're not doing this shit. You out your mind. Stop playing. State of play's 10-10. Argue with your mama. Ain't nobody gonna debate me on this one. Don't even come and embarrass yourself. 2026, we eating, bro. PlayStation. I'm not even saying gamers. PlayStation is eating. I'm not inclusive. Nope. I'm not being inclusive. Sorry. I'm sorry. 2026 is gonna be crazy for PlayStation. It is what it is. It is what it is. I ain't trying to hear nothing. I'm not trying to hear this nonsense. 10-10. 10-10. Y'all bought this crap for what? For what? You ain't playing Wolverine on this shit. Stop it. 2026. We eating. Come on, stop it. Stop playing. 10-10. Who's going to argue with me? Nobody. Stop playing. It woke me up. That state of play woke me the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? I was lost. in my feels. After that, the fuck? A 4090 for what? To do what? Get out of here with this bullshit. 10-10, baby. I ain't trying to hear this bullshit. Motherfucker, it's a 6.5. Shut the fuck up. I ain't trying to hear that bullshit. 10-10. 2026 is going to be outstanding. It's going to be fantastic. 2026. Oh my God. My God. It's going to be fantastic. Can you see this shit? The scalpers. You know, everybody talking about, oh my God, it's sold out. Because the scalpers got your ass. Them scalpers scalped. They scalped your Xbox. But here's the story. But here's the thing. Scalpers are dumb as fuck. I'm going to tell you. Why would you try to scalp an Xbox? You know, this is Asus ROG, but it has the name Xbox on it, which means nobody really wants this shit. Like, Xbox and hardware is not a thing anymore. No one cares. No one cares. You think you're going to sell this shit for $2,300? The fuck? You guys are stuck with this shit. You're going to have to sell this shit for $500 to get rid of it. Y'all dumbasses. You scalpers are dumb, bro. Y'all bullshit. Ain't nobody's going to give you $2,500. Bro, are you bugging? Y'all scalpers just do anything. Y'all scalpers think that just because it's new, everybody wants it. Bro. This is an Xbox. Right? It's an Xbox. And guess what? Xbox don't sell. I don't know if you didn't get the memo, but them shits don't sell. Ain't nobody give a shit about this. Come on, bro. Stop playing. But back to what I'm saying. 10-10. State of play. That's my keynote speech. 10, goddamn 10. Stop playing with me. Stop lying, bro. Oh, y'all 6.5 fools. Man, I ain't trying to hear that bullshit 6.5. Y'all gave higher scores to mid shit. Nah, get out of here. I ain't trying to hear that bullshit, bro. Listen, I ain't trying to hear this bullshit, okay? Let's see, what else? Shout out to my boy. Post Up. Y'all reading that? Hit the like button. Hit the like button if you like that. Glassdoor Gamer, let's see. Oh, we got the Terrabint. Wolf said, call an ambulance, but not for me. Wolverine said, call an ambulance, but not for me. Yo, if y'all could hit the like button more than once, you would, wouldn't you? Oh, they bad. You know. They hated this state of play. They hated this state of play. They absolutely hated this state of play. They hated it. Let's not lie. This is what they really wanted. Let me show you what they really want. This is what they really wanted. They really wanted this. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Where'd it go? Oh, they took it down. They took the tweet down. Oh. Ah, interesting. Oh, man, I didn't save it. Damn. Let me see. Hold on. Let me try to find it. Hold on. Okay. Or maybe here. Okay. Okay. This is what they wanted. Oof. $10.10. 10-10. 10 out of 10. Debate with your mama. 10 out of 10. State of play. Not negotiable. Not debatable. Not debatable. State of play was 10 out of 10. It woke me the fuck up. 10 out of 10. You know what I'm saying? So that's my keynote speech. That was that's my main thing, boy. We're gonna talk about other stuff, right? But I got Frosty Feet in the chat, so hold on. So let me do a couple of things right now. Let me do a couple of things. Let me first turn off this camera, right? All right, so I'm gonna deactivate this camera. So then the other camera. So now let me reactivate this one. All right. Okay, so now we're back on this screen, and now let me pull up Frosty Feet. All right, and see what's going on. Let's see what's happening. All right. Frosty.
What up, Puertorock?
What's going on?
Oh, my internet is not good right now, so tell me when I'm cutting off, all right? So I can repeat my words again.
Absolutely.
So the state of play, in my opinion, if it's just PlayStation alone, 10-10. I 100% agree. 10-10.
10-10.
Now, if it's everything, I will give it an 8. That's
okay.
A 10 out of 8. Yeah. Because it was more confirmations of games that we already know. We just didn't know the release dates. So I'm hyped for Neo 3. I'm hyped for Let It Die.
Okay.
These are the games that I care about. Thoros, and I beat Returnal, by the way. I beat it. I have 4 trophies left for the Platinum. Just not because when people say I didn't play Returnal, to me, in my head, it's like fake PlayStation fan. This is a fake PlayStation fan right here.
Oh,
100%. I'm joking, but to me, in my head, that joke is like fake PlayStation fan right there. It didn't play Returnal.
All right.
But the only thing, because it is a disagreement day, so I'll disagree a bit. So to make the show fun, I'm not. It's all coming from a critique review, and it's all on my opinion. All right. The negative thing I will say about Marvel Wolverine is the voice actor. I did not like the voice actor. The reason why is because I'm so used to the old voice actor of Wolverine, Steve Bloom. I'm so used to his voice. Have you ever seen that man yell before? Steve Bloom, the voice actor.
Okay.
Yeah, have you ever heard of him?
No.
Like,
to be honest.
Go to YouTube. Just type in Wolverine Fortnite voice lines. He did some voice in Fortnite as well, so you can see his voice.
Okay.
Trust me. Just you hearing that man yell, he sounds like a fucking animal. Trust me. He's been voicing Wolverine for years.
Like in the cartoons?
Like for years. Cartoons and video games.
Okay.
He's been doing Wolverine's voice for years.
Okay.
Everybody in the chat knows who he is. Anybody that play a Marvel game knows who he is. He even voiced on the Spider-Man crossover games. He's always there voicing Wolverine. Wait, let me look at Wait, let me look at your chat so you can see.
But isn't the actor? I could have sworn the actor. He's not just voice actor, but isn't the actor Spartacus?
Yeah. Yeah, the reason they chose him is because of motion capture, because they gotta use the technology. I understand why they chose him, because he's a veteran and he does a lot of motion capture. Steve Bloom, he's more like a voice actor. He doesn't do a lot of things like that.
Yeah.
So I understand why they chose him. But to me, he should have done the voice. He's just so legendary. Trust me. Can I send something on general so you can just click it and watch it?
Okay.
In the Discord. Wait, I'm gonna send you the link of him, his voice lines, so you can. So I don't want you to think I'm bullshitting here, so you can actually hear his voice. Here's the video. Yes. One is fine. Sorry about that, Puertorock. Gonna send it on general now. I was just looking for the video.
All right. So let's see.
Yeah, send it on general. You can hear it yourself. It's just him yelling. That's it. Just him doing grunts and yells. So you can test it out yourself so you can hear.
All right. So let's see. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. It's just him yelling and stuff like that. But the event was really good. It took 10 fucking players just to take him down. 10 players because his health can regen and shit like that. Come on, bro. You tell me you never heard of Steve Bloom voice of Wolverine ever? Ever. Any game ever. Did you play Ultimate Alliance?
So a lot of games I don't really look into the actors or whatever. So there's a lot of games unless you'd be surprised. I don't really look into I like David Hayter. There's some games that are whatever, but
But of course this video
and I don't play Fortnite. And I don't play Fortnite.
No, I know. That's why I just sent this as a demo so you can just hear him yell. That's why I sent it that. Because I wanted to show something quick. I know you're not convinced, but he's been voicing Wolverine for years. Every single media that has Wolverine, you will always hear his voice. Of course, this doesn't do him justice, but I sent it. But the event was really good. You shouldn't have seen it. It's took him 10 fucking players just to take Wolverine down. Literally. I know you're not a live service guy. I get it. I'm a single player guy, live service guy. I play everything. When the event came out, my friend told me about it. I didn't believe it. It took 10 players to take him down. He can regen his health. He has super jumps. And we were in the forest as well. So to defeat the team of Wolverine. So he will literally kill you in 2 hits and everything. But all right, back to the point.
This is a Fortnite?
Yeah, it's all in Fortnite.
Oh yeah.
You can even have Wolverine superpowers and everything.
Well, yeah,
you can use the claws.
You're just a purple character trying to face the Wolverine. Yeah, you're gonna get smoked. It's Fortnite. Huh? Of course you're gonna get smoked by Wolverine. You put your Fortnite characters. You're gonna get the hell out of here. It's Fortnite.
What? No. I know you don't like the game. I played the game It's fine if you don't like. I've been having this argument for a long time, and I'm like, yeah, I don't care. If you don't like the game, it's completely fine. I played the game. I actually enjoy it. I've been playing the game for years, like for 5 years now. It's really good. I know the game is like
I would say
colorful
this.
and
So
everything,
I'll say
but
to go back. Hold on. To go back to your point of voice acting, I don't think it's fair. I think you jumped the gun. I mean, to be like, ugh, come on, like we have to look at the whole picture because the way they do acting,
yeah, that's why I said
it's the full
yeah.
acting, the motion, and it's the actor. So he's responsible for how the character looks, moves, in combination to his voice. You know, so I think we have to see how he portrays Wolverine because Wolverine's gonna do more than just
yeah.
like,
That's why I said
it's a whole conversation he's gonna have. You know,
yeah.
so he
That's why I said the
and then the
video-
emotion behind it. So, you know, and
yeah,
he's gonna
that's
be
why
part
I
of that.
said the video. That's why I said the video doesn't do justice.
Yeah.
There's one movie I recommend watching. Then, Wolverine versus the Hulk. He voices.
So
Wolverine
I seen that. I seen that one. I seen that one.
Yeah, and Nolan Lord, the dude that plays Drake, he actually voices Wolverine on that one as well.
Okay, you know.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah,
You know.
you can test the voice there. He's been voicing Wolverine for years.
You know.
Everybody,
But even then,
has
so what's
played
the
Eddie
so the
Marvel
argument
games.
is you just want him again, but that doesn't mean that the new actor's bad. Especially when this actor is not a voice actor, he is acting like Wolverine in all sense of the word.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's what I said. I understand why
he's doing the full
hired
package.
him.
Yeah, he's doing the full package.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I understand why he's playing it because he's a Hollywood actor. He's a professional. He done motion capture before.
Yeah.
That's why I understand why they hired him.
So like if it was voice animated, if it was voice animation, they probably would have went with him. But this Wolverine, you need the full package. You need somebody to actually be Wolverine in motion and play him and
and everything. Yeah,
you know, and then they also take
the
facial reactions too, right? Voice actors they don't really do that.
Face,
they try to get the emotion.
Yeah, that's why I understand why they hire him. But it's more of a me thing. Like I said, I didn't like the voice, but that doesn't mean I hate the actor. No, I understand why they hired the actor. Yeah. Other disagreement because it's disagreement day.
The chat don't like a disagreement. They're like, they want to boot you off the stage.
Yeah, I understand. Like I said, it's a me thing. It's literally a me thing. I do not fuck with the voice, but it's just me. I understand why they hire him. I didn't say the actor is shit. I didn't say he's a bad voice actor. I just me. Other disagreement. Other disagreement. I didn't like Horizon Zero Dawn or Forbidden West. Gameplay wise, fucking amazing. The robot fighting, the exploration, the lore, amazing. The only negative thing I can say, because I wasn't explicit, I didn't like Aloy. Like, in the beginning of the game, I really like her origin story when she was a teenager, because she was trying to be more accepted in the tribe, and I just didn't like her personality much. To me, she was a plank of wood. Funny thing is, I actually like her Lego version more than the actual mainline game. she actually has more personality in the Lego version. To me, I just didn't like her. I actually did New Game Plus as well. Both games. I'm not bullshitting. I really, really tried to like her. Really, I tried. I even watched YouTube videos explaining her motivation more and everything, and I still didn't like her. Yeah, this is my opinion.
You need Jesus. That's all I can say. You need Jesus. You need a PlayStation. All right.
No.
All right.
Before,
I don't have to tell you.
explain me why you like her. Explain me why you like her.
I would say that I don't think she's a bad character. I'm not gonna say I love her, but I don't think she was a bad character. I don't think she was a bad character at all. I think she was a decent character. I don't think she's bad or terrible. I think she was a good character. But overall, the game was great. Like, and you know what's funny is, you named you don't like Horizon Zero Dawn just because of the character, but you named everything else that comprises of the game, and you said it was great. The gameplay was great. The graphics was great. Everything is great. But you just didn't like the character, so you didn't like the game just because of the character.
No,
when everything else, according to you, was great.
Correct.
Especially the gameplay.
You can, like I said, you can enjoy an entire game and skip the entire cutscenes. Like you said, Lost Soul aside, story is horrible, but the gameplay is amazing. You did say yourself you like the Devil May Cry gameplay.
Yeah.
But
I said that's the only aspect. Lost Soul story, I only named one aspect. You named multiple things that was great about Horizon Zero Dawn. I said the only thing Lost Soul has is the gameplay. Everything else, like, it's like if it was school, it gets an A for gameplay, but it gets a D- in every other category. That's just too many things to look over. But you mentioned in fact, you started out with, "Oh, this is great, that's great." I'm thinking, damn. At a certain point, I'm thinking, what he has a problem with, and then you mentioned the character. Let me put it this way: I love Lamborghinis and Ferraris and Mustangs, but you know what I'm saying? But Gran Turismo 7 is dog shit. Because it's the gameplay. I just don't like that. I'm just playing. I'm just fucking around. I'm just teasing. But you see what I'm saying? Like, I can understand you don't like the character. But if the character's a make or break for you, I mean, that's your opinion. That's just how you see things. But you named a lot of great things that you like about it.
Yeah,
and you say you don't like the game.
I don't want to be a grifter. I don't want to be a grifter and say the whole game is shit. I'm just being honest. I said, if they make a game, which I know they're making a Monster Hunter game, I will legit play that. If it's just the whole game, just fighting the robot monsters like the dinosaurs, I'm 100% on board with that. If the character doesn't talk, great for me. I love it. Now, Forbidden West, they improved what's the word in English? The dialogue wheel. Did I say that right? The dialogue wheel in Forbidden West. Yeah, I like that. But when I played the expansion, there was this the Asian girl. Goddamn, I forgot her name. I got so mad because there was one important character that he dies. I don't want to spoil because the people didn't play. I wanted to actually date that character. I actually like his personality. But I realized that it's not really a choice. It's just more like an illusion of a choice, and I didn't like that. That was the negative thing I didn't like in Forbidden West. It's just an illusion of a choice, but it's not really a choice. Yeah, that also was pretty bad for me. But Forbidden West, it improved on a lot of things. The combat, more bigger robots. I just can't wait for the third game. But I will play the dialogue on mute. I just don't want to hear.
Right. Hey, there's somebody that wants to debate you on Horizon Zero Dawn.
Sure.
All right, I'm dragging. It's Mighty Tree.
Horizon Zero Dawn.
Sure. Sure.
Yo.
Yeah. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, no, hold up. Is P-Rock in here?
I'm in here.
Yeah, he's here.
I wasn't trying to debate him on Horizon. I'm trying to debate him because he said some shit earlier that was out of pocket.
No, it's just when Puertorock, his title is Disagreement Day. It's just majority of the people. Yeah. Majority of people always agreeing with him, and I'm like, nah. I just want to be contrarian because we need to make the live stream more interesting. So.
Yeah, I like it. If you want to turn this into a WWE match, then so be it. But you said some stuff that was out of pocket. Because I told P-Rock right before he did his soapbox, I said, look, I didn't play Returnal. And I'm gonna explain myself why. But before I do that, I'm gonna tell you right now, don't be coming in here talking about, because I didn't play Returnal, I'm not a real PlayStation fan. Listen, I've been playing PlayStation since it came out in the US in the PS1. In 1995, 1996, I've been playing PlayStation since then. So if you were to say something like, "Oh, if you didn't play God of War, you didn't play," I'll even give you Last of Us. If you said something like that, then I can understand. But Returnal is still so new of an IP that like that, you know, Housemark and them. You can't say nothing like that.
You should have bought the day one. You need to support it. You're a PlayStation fan. Better yet, when Sony released small games, you should also buy those games day one to support it.
I'm not gonna buy everything. Let me explain something to you. So I play multiplayer games. That's always been my forte. Because like I said, because around the time I was a PlayStation fan, I was also playing on PC. And you know what game I was playing on PC? I was playing Warrock, which was a South Korean cracked out version of Counter-Strike, and I was playing StarCraft, which is the most difficult video game ever to exist on the planet Earth. So don't tell me about it's not because of skill. I've always been a multiplayer gamer.
Wait.
And that hold up, and that has always pulled me away from single player games because that's where most of my time goes. I was telling Puertorock right now. I was telling him that the state of play. I thought it was lit. They pulled out Battlefield 6. I've been talking about Battlefield 6 for a minute, and then they put a new campaign trailer. I'm like, okay, yeah, that campaign's gonna be nice, but I'm gonna be on the multiplayer on that game.
I was the number one best African player in Battlefield 4, by the way, best one. If the leaderboard still existed, you will see my name over there. My name will be there.
All right, what was your favorite carbine then? What was the best carbine in the game?
I only use the M4, not the broken weapons. I just use every single weapon. I have every weapon maxed out. I can even send you screenshots. I can send you screenshots. I got receipts. I'm not gonna stay here and not send screenshots. I got receipts. I have every single weapon on max, and I have the platinum trophy, by the way.
That's me with Battlefield 1. That's me with Battlefield 1. What pulled me from Battlefield 4 was Destiny. And at the same time that Battlefield 4 came out, Killzone was also still a game that I still frequented. You know what I'm saying? I didn't like Call of Duty Ghosts. So there was always the multiplayer games that pulled me away from. That's why I told P-Rock, I said, listen, I never played Last of Us, but I played the hell out of God of War. I'm going to tell you right now, I played through God of War, and then I told my cousin, come over to the house, bring a 24-pack of beers. We're about to play a game that ain't regular. This ain't a regular game. I told my cousin when he came over, he's like, what you rushing me over here to the house for? This was God of War 2018. I said, we're about to play a game that ain't no regular game. And it was right when I bought the PS4 Pro, so we was playing God of War 2018 in 60 frames per second on the big screen TV, and that shit made a huge difference in how much we was able to
One second. 2015, or you were playing on PC? 2015.
No.
2015.
No. I had a PC when the 2070 Super came out, but I started using that PC to trade stocks. That's what it became. I play on console.
Pretty much 2015, you weren't playing much video games back then, right?
No, I was playing on PS4. I was playing on PS4.
Oh, you're playing on PlayStation 4.
Yeah.
How many hours do you... What about Helldivers 2? You love Helldivers 2?
It's alright. It's cool. I put at least 100 hours, 150, something like that on Helldivers.
So you didn't buy Helldivers 1 in 2015?
I put in 7.
7.
You didn't
but he bought the game though.
You buy Helldivers 1. You buy Helldivers 1 in 2015.
I should have refunded that shit.
See, and that's perfectly fine. You could be a hardcore PlayStation fan, and you don't have to fuck with everything. Like P-Rock don't like Gran Turismo. That's fine. I forgive him for that, but forgive me for not playing Last of Us. Okay. But I still play a lot. You got to. You got to.
There's some sins that can't be forgiven, dog. Last of Us, dog.
I don't like zombie shit. I don't like zombie shit.
No.
Zombie shit.
That.
I'm a hardcore
PlayStation. Not even Jesus can help you with that one. Even it's like, bro, there's limits to this.
Yeah, he is, because Jesus is black, and he would say, nah, you good. The zombie shit ain't gonna happen.
Listen. You gotta play
World War
Last of
III
Us.
gonna happen before that.
You gotta be redeemed and play Last of Us. That's the only way. You gotta,
Look,
you gotta bathe yourself in the fires of
There
Lake
we go.
Minnetonka. You gotta bathe yourself in the
Minnetonka.
fires of Lake
Okay,
Minnetonka.
well, you gotta do endurance, a 24-hour endurance race on the Nürburgring in Gran Turismo, and you're gonna find out it ain't just left turns, cause that shit is like 160 turns every single lap. So
I drove on the Autobahn, right? You ain't telling me nothing. I was there. I lived in Germany.
You was scared as hell. You said you almost,
but I did it.
You almost pissed your pants.
I did it, but I did it though. You ain't play Last of Us. That's on you.
Oh yeah?
Nah, don't give me
I
that.
drove Autobahn speeds on the highways here in Texas.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? I drove 160 miles an hour on the
Texas
highways
roads
in
are straight.
Texas.
Texas don't even have
Texas roads are
lefts.
straight.
They don't even have lefts. They're
No,
straight.
Loop 1604 in San Antonio. It's a big old circle.
This is Disagreement Day, so every one of us here, they need to say one PlayStation game that they don't like, but everybody loves.
We listen.
We already heard mine.
What is it? We
Why
listen
they
and we
like
don't judge.
game?
We listen and we don't judge. I ain't play Ratchet and Clank.
Okay.
I never played a Ratchet and Clank. I don't fuck with Ratchet and Clank. I don't fuck with Sly Cooper. I beat God of War. I beat Infamous. I beat Last of Us. I beat Uncharted. Blah, 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 blah.
I got the PlayStation gamers that play Call of Duty and Madden. That's who I got. Like, what's going on here?
Who you talking about?
Just saying, man. Hey,
we got these Call of Duty Madden PlayStation
you gotta
gamers.
have some kind of. You gotta have some kind of specs, man. You gotta have some kind of list.
Y'all like my cousins, bro.
Hey,
Y'all like my cousins. They be like, man, PlayStation's a bless. All they play is Madden and Call of Duty and NBA Live.
When I hit you, when I hit you with that 10-hit combo with Yoshimitsu and Tekken, you ain't gonna be smiling then.
Listen, you know what's crazy? I haven't like the only fighter I played this gen is Street Fighter, and I stopped playing that.
You better get warmed up because I know you're gonna be playing Tokon, right? You're gonna be playing Tokon.
No, I am. But watch me play for like 5 hours. Like I'm so unplugged from multiplayer. I am so unplugged.
Play that campaign.
See, but that's unplugged.
I'm unplugged.
He's gotta drop it. Yeah.
I'm jacked in, like in the Matrix. You know, like they plug that shit into the back of the head. I'm there.
You better get that
one.
chip. You better get that. You better
gigabit.
You better tell the operator with the Last of Us chip to plug that shit in. No, you missing out though.
It's gonna be the Animus, like on Assassin's Creed. They gonna, you know what I'm saying? They gonna put me in like that.
You missing out.
This
ain't no regular zombie game. That shit.
The funny thing is, I'm actually playing
Last of Us is a life-changing movement.
I
told Puertorock about my little nephew playing Last of Us like a goon.
They announced they gonna have Last of Us 2 remastered on the PlayStation Plus. So I mean, I might need to go ahead and
it is.
Slide in.
I'm playing right now.
There's so many games, bro.
Hey yo, Shibu, hit the link and then jump in the waiting room. The link's in the top. It's pinned on, and then jump in the waiting room.
Let's get back to my point.
I think y'all three pissed off somebody. He's like, man, y'all some fake PlayStation gamers, and he's gonna talk to all three. He ain't talking to me, cause I can't be talked. 10-10, state of play. Ain't nobody talking to me about that.
I'm glad I listened to your soapbox because you're absolutely right, P-Rock. That 10-10 is real because I see all the grifters. All of them had to big up that Wolverine. All of them bigged up that Wolverine. They couldn't say nothing about Wolverine.
They
was
tried.
like, yeah,
they tried.
That Wolverine do look good.
That Wolverine, they won. I'm like,
in the head. That shit was undeniable.
Yeah.
Undeniable.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Imagine having a $3,000 PC and you can't play Sorrows, Grand Theft Auto, and Wolverine. The fuck are you doing in 2026? Troubleshooting? Frame rate counting? What are we doing? We counting frames? We counting frames.
This is why
we still modding Spider-Man 2. Is that what we still doing?
This is why we call them PC cucks. They're PC cucks because they get the sloppy seconds, you know?
Look,
and then they can mod it and they can do what they want to do, but
they show up to the club with the bling and the Ferrari, and
they can't get through the door.
Yeah, after 2 a.m.
Through the goddamn door. They like, hey man, what you let me in for?
It's already 3 a.m. after joint. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't get
I
in
walked
there.
up to the club.
I could go to the. They like I could go to the club next week.
I walked up
I
to the
could wait.
club in flip flops. I come up there in flip flops and a wife beater, and
Still,
I'm getting in the club, and they sitting down this motherfucker with a 3-piece suit on in a Ferrari. That's okay, huh? I got 120 frames. Nah, motherfucker, you ain't got no frames.
You
You
know what
can't.
it is? It's because all the
You ain't
honeys
got
are looking for a man at 1:30, and that's when you're there. And once 2 o'clock hits, everybody gone, and ain't nobody give a damn about
Everybody's
what the hell's
gone.
going on
They
at the
gone
club.
to the next club. They hitting the next
Yo,
club, and you ain't gonna be able to get to that one either.
Mighty Tree, have
Yeah.
you ever played any Marvel game that Wolverine was involved before? And I can't be the only one. Have you ever played any Marvel games that Wolverine was in?
No, you talking about like
You
what
said
would be
that
an
wasn't
example?
in.
I play Origins.
The
Origins. So a lot of Wolverine
no,
games was in the
Origins was
past,
based
like back in the
was
days, like on the Genesis and stuff.
You know the beautiful thing about PlayStation is
he was
there's
in
so much
Ultimate
games
Alliance
to play
3.
that you don't have to have messed with literally every game. There's so much history, so much
Yeah,
diverse games. You know what I'm saying?
March and February gonna be bad. That's gonna be bad next
I
year.
just wanted to know if Mighty Tree knows Steve Bloom, the voice actor. He's more into that stuff. Do you
No,
know
but
who Steve Bloom is?
I was gonna say this though. The cat that's playing as Wolverine, that was the cat
Yeah.
on Spartacus, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's the Spartacus
Yeah, it
cat.
was.
And okay, so
replacement.
let me tell you something about this cat. So this cat
I
came
knew
in
I knew his
like
face.
I think it was like what season 2, season 3 of Spartacus, and I was
Yeah,
like, who's this
yeah.
skinny ass dude
Yeah.
dual wielding these swords? And I'm like, he kind of earned my respect though, because he was skinny as hell when he came through in Spartacus in his first season, and he was replacing a cat who was handling that role, but unfortunately passed away. If you look this up, you see what I'm talking about. And I don't know who that yellow bone chick was in the first few seasons, but she was bad, bro. And then they changed her out too, and I was mad about that. You know? But I'm gonna be honest with you. And you'll know who I'm talking about. Yeah, if you've seen it. You know, and they bring in a new season too, so I don't know if he's in that, but I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah,
you know?
if it comes to like Marvel games, I played most of them. I didn't play Marvel Sins, but I did play the old ones. I did play Web of Shadows. I played Shadow of Time. I did play Spider-Man 2, the PS2 one. I did play the Spider-Man DS games and Game Boy ones. There was a shitty Fantastic Four game that I played as well, the movie one, the licensed one. I played that. That was ass. What other movie? I did play the X-Men Legend games. That's where I heard Steve Bloom for the first time as well. Those are the X-Men Legend games. I played those. I did play all of the Ultimate Alliance games as well. And everybody keeps saying that Marvel has the biggest IP in the world. And I'm like, we spent time talking about Spider-Man than these other games. Even though those games were like really good at the time, like the Ultimate Alliance games, like nobody talks about those games anymore. And they're really fun. Like really, really fun. I just want Ultimate Alliance 4, but I think Nintendo has the license now. So I think we won't see an Ultimate Alliance 4 for a while. And
I remember what happened with that.
Like Doom to me. It looks like yeah.
Why was it that
Doom.
that Marvel
Not
game
Doom.
failed?
What the fuck is that game called?
Marvel Sin,
Avengers.
The Marvel Sin.
Yeah, the Avengers. Why did that fail? Because I don't really hear anything about it.
Because it was like a live service game.
Live service.
Ta-da!
It was live service and
Squad, right?
Tell me why DC Universe Online did better than that shit, bro.
Yeah, DC Universe Online is way better.
But DC Universe, see, the thing is though,
2010.
DC Universe. Here's the problem. Here's the thing. Like you can't. I don't think the live service is gonna work for comics. You either be an MMO type game like DC Universe, where that's the point. You're an MMO type game, or you're a pure single player game, right? I think it's two different audiences. So like games like Avengers and even what's the Suicide Squad, right? What they try to do is they try to tap into that single player type thing, but be live service. That doesn't work. The single player gamers who want to play a single player comic game, they want that single player driven of their favorite character. They don't want this MMO-ish multiplayer type or live service. No, they want a good engaging story they can enjoy. Hold on.
I think
a good engaging story they can enjoy, right?
That's what what's his name tried to do. That's what Concord tried to do. They tried to have a single player experience and have it online.
No, you can't blur the lines, especially for comics.
You know,
so when you look at Rocksteady, to answer your question, right? Let me say, to answer your question about why these games ain't talked about, because they didn't crack the code wasn't cracked until Rocksteady. You gotta give Rocksteady their props. They cracked the code.
I agree.
They created the comic book game through Batman with their Arkham series what they wanted, and they showed this is what gamers want when it comes to a comic book game. They want that AAA story driven. They want to live that character in a storyline. And then Insomniac did the same thing for Spider-Man. Activision had the Spider-Man license for decades, and they were never really able to crack the code. Insomniac cracked the code and did the same thing.
Another thing
they
too
give them that story. So now we're about to get that with Wolverine.
That's not my question, Puertorock. My question was, there's actually one live service game that is actually successful and is single player game. Genshin Impact. 99% of that game is single player. Yeah, that game is single player.
Tell me this about
Genshin, but that's not a comic book game. Yeah, but that's
it's a gotcha.
No.
I mean,
that's live service as it gets.
That question
for the comics.
More like,
listen, I'm talking for the comics though.
Not comics. Yeah.
I'm talking comics. I'm saying comics. Comics.
Yeah, I know.
You can't blur the lines with the comics.
No. I understand what you're saying, Puertorock. I'm saying Sony is always focusing on like single player story driven games. And I agree with that. They should do that more. What I'm trying to say is, why not just make a single player live service game? They didn't even try it before. Yeah, just single player live service game. Like Endless Zone Zero is a single player game, but it's live service at the same time. Genshin Impact is also single player. The only time you play with people is just to farm bosses. That's it. But 100% of the time you're playing by yourself.
But tell me this about Genshin, because I know that's a very popular game wherever the hell it's popular. But but it is a gacha game. But do they lock content behind expansions? Because that's a big part of this whole thing.
Everything is free in that game.
That's the difference. The difference is when you lock content behind expansion payments, that's where people get left in the dust. Like Battlefield 1, for example. If you wanted to play the Apocalypse DLC, you had to buy the Apocalypse DLC. You didn't get the maps.
No.
Right? So these live service games now, hold on, I'm just explaining so people understand.
Sorry.
Live service games now, they'll throw you the maps, but then they'll be like, but if you want these cosmetics and if you want that badass camo for this gun that will also throw you for free, then you got to go ahead and get that battle pass and then put in that work or pay for the levelies and whatever. So that's a different route. So it's like they tried to meet us halfway, but while slipping in other ways for them to make money. So that's kind of, and I imagine Genshin is that times 1,000 because it being a gacha game is going to get you for everything they can.
I play Genshin in Endless Zone Zero. You can play the entire game without spending $0. You're talking.
That's kind of tight, though. I like that. I think that's cool.
If you play right now Genshin Impact, we're talking about 200 hours of single player content in that game. The story is not limited. You can literally play the entire story to beginning and end. You can play all of the bosses to beginning and end. And you don't spend nothing. 300 or more. The only reason I'm scared to play Genshin again is because I'm scared that I have to go through another 200 hours of story. And that's it. It's literally single player. Imagine Ghost of Tsushima, but the only thing you have to spend money on is just on gacha characters. And you don't need to spend money on gacha characters. You earn gacha characters just by playing the story. You literally get characters for free, just doing story mode. Zelda Zone Zero, the same thing. You can play the entire game single player I haven't spent money on Zenless Zone
Get
Zero,
back.
and I have almost all of the characters, and I played single player. Like I haven't played with no help, nothing. Story beginning to end, cutscenes, cinematic cutscenes, like same quality as Sony single player games. Literally, just single player. You don't need to play with people. You're not forced to play with people. You don't even play with people on Zenless Zone Zero.
You're talking to somebody that goes on multiplayer and murks everybody, bro. Like that's always been my forte. It's like just multiplayer because I like to get content that shows that my prowess. You know, like there was a game that was, you could consider it a gacha game, but it was a game that came out at the tail end of the PS3 cycle. It was the most innovative first-person shooter to ever exist. But the problem with it was that it was made on Unreal Engine 3, and it was called Dust 514. This game was so in-depth that it had its own Illuminati. Your characters, you would think of a mix between Battlefield and Halo and like Call of Duty mixed into one game, except your character would get so strong over time that you would literally be fighting against 3 other players that are newer to the game, and you would be like a boss battle against them in a lobby shooter. And so that game took a lot of my time. That actually, I had the PlayStation 4 and I was still playing that game on the PS3 because it came out, I think, in 2012, and it came out like May 14th of 2012. It's funny because it's Dust 514, so they launched it on that date. And then it lasted a couple years, and that game was so crazy. I was like a mercenary for a Japanese corporation called Neonsign, and they were paying me millions of dollars to help defend their land. Because in that game, you would take over planets, and then you would have to fight for those planets against other people trying to take the resources there. So it was like, it was tied into some game called EVE Online, but you were the boots on the ground soldiers. Fast forward to today, they have an alpha or a beta that just came out for the spiritual successor to it. That's, to be honest, it's currently PC exclusive. And I don't even play on PC right now, so I'm not thinking about it. But I'm like, that's kind of cool that they're finally doing something with that IP, but it's not the same as it was on the PS3. And you know, that was Unreal Engine 3.
Yeah, like
wasn't Dust and PlanetSide the same thing though?
It's
the same game.
I did play PlanetSide.
PvP.
I did play PlanetSide. That was kind of
back
cool.
to the live service stuff with PlayStation. I was like, if MiHoYoverse can make a single player live service game, why not Sony? Like, you know, your bread and butter is single player games.
How
why
many
not use that to make a live service game?
But so like they could be the outliers. Like how many have failed?
Yeah. They're the only one that I remember.
That's what I'm saying.
See,
so it could be an outlier.
Yeah.
The chat knows if you play Dust, you know what the hell I'm talking about. That shit was. You could okay, so it was a game where the PS3 players can actually team up with the PC players because the PC players were.
I remember now when the what's it called? The Waves game. That one is not made by MiHoYo. It's a single player gacha game as well. That one is successful as well. And there's the Tower of Fantasy that also you can play the entire game single player. That also not made by MiHoYo, but they're also successful. You can see on the PlayStation Store, they're always in like top 20, top 10. Yeah, they're always there. Yeah, they're all single player games as well. And I'm like, if these companies can do, I just can't remember the
what is this name? Spider-Man ripoff?
Oh, that one.
Some Japanese or Asian game where dude.
What the fuck is this?
Dude, I'm surprised they ain't getting sued.
What the hell?
Yeah. No, Puertorock. That game also is sued by the Genshin Impact formula. You can play that game single player as well.
He's swinging in the air. He's swinging from rooftop to rooftop.
Yeah, everything in that game will be single player as well.
I don't see.
Whoa! That's Venom's move.
Yep.
Yeah. Everything. Yeah, that game will be single player as well, Puertorock. Yeah, the only time you gotta do live service gaming in that game is just fighting bosses. But most of the time you'll be playing by yourself as well.
Oh shit, the bitch finna pick him up in a Lexus coupe?
It's like got like Grand
She just did that wanted shit. That movie.
Elements, like all kinds.
She opened the door and that boy slide in there.
Genshin has set a formula to all of these games now that you can play all of those games single player. You don't need to interact with people. That's literally it. This game will also follow the Zenless formula.
It's depressing though, bro. You know, I gotta interact with somebody. Shit.
I keep saying
you a multiplayer dude, man.
Like, I come from the days where people were saying the N-word in Xbox 360 lobbies and PS3 lobbies.
Dude,
so
I used to go to my partner's house when he had a 360
and I had to show him what it was.
Random. I'm like, what the fuck?
Had to run the AUG with the heartbeat sensor with the iron sight. Just to shut them up.
But these are the live service games that I'm playing at the moment because I need to play, so I can have an opinion about it. I play Fortnite. I've been playing for like 8 years now. So I play that. I played Zenless Zone Zero for 2 years. I think it's in year 2. I played Genshin for 3 years. And by the way, Zenless and Genshin, I never spend money on them. Literally, I have never spent money on them. It's just a flat out single player game to me.
Oh,
I log in and yeah.
I remember talking to you last time that we was having this discussion, and you was talking about how, like the PS4 not getting support in Africa is a bad thing. So, what console are you playing on right now? Are you on the PS5 or what are you playing on?
I imported my PS5.
Oh, so you up there? You like top dog with it? Okay.
Yeah. I always keep forgetting to tell Puertorock because the reason I said it before, the reason the numbers of the PS5 are not dropping and they're always like 50% is because the PS4 is becoming more popular here and everybody's creating an account. And Fortnite is really, really popular in my country. If it's not Fortnite, it's Warzone. These are like the 2 most popular games in my country.
I'm gonna tell you straight up, the reason why the PS4 is still so popular is because it's a hand-me-down console. A lot of people that moved on to the PS5 took their PS4 and gave it to their little brother or their little niece or nephew. And so they're playing Fortnite on that. You understand what I'm saying? It's just what they got. Yeah. That's very common.
You got a point right there.
That's a lot. You're talking about the entire player base of PS4. That shit got handed down to somebody else because whoever moved up to the PS5 is using that, but doesn't want their PS4 to collect dust. If you ever watch the series PlayStation Girl on YouTube, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
Is Black Ops 7 coming to the PS4?
Oh, I think it is.
Is what?
Yeah,
I think it is.
Yeah, more people are not gonna move. GTA is literally gonna be the game that will make people move.
Yeah, GTA is gonna. GTA.
P-Rock, you're still watching that bootleg Spider-Man shit, or what? What is this? What is this shit, bro?
He thinking about getting it.
I don't see no puddles or nothing.
Puertorock,
where the puddles at? Where the puddles at?
Where the puddles at?
Puddle gate.
Ain't no puddles, bro. Ain't shit. What they talking
That's literally a single player game right there.
That car looked like a Lexus mixed with an Audi. This bootleg on top of bootleg. You know what I mean? Like, can't figure it out what it's trying to steal. But no, Grand Theft Auto's gonna take over everything, bro. Like, they're saying
that's why
artists will be able to have their own radio station on Grand Theft Auto. You understand that? Like,
that's why they bringing all that shit out in February and March.
They gonna bring that role. They gonna bring role play servers to this game.
I hope Bad Bunny's on there because I ain't listening to mumble rap. I'm not doing that shit.
Yeah, nah, I'm with you on that.
For the kids are into that shit, so it's gonna be there.
I'm not listening to mumble rap.
You gotta listen to Paloma Mommy, remember?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, somebody. I ain't listening to no mumble rap. That ain't happening. That radio's gonna stay off. They better give me they better give me classic East Coast 90s hip hop.
Okay. So who's
Wu-Tang?
Tell me this.
Wu-Tang better have their own station. Wu-Tang better have their own station.
So who's your favorite New York group or rapper aside from Wu-Tang? Because obviously they're top dog when it comes to that.
Okay. So outside of, so like my favorite. So
I know you're gonna say Big Pun. You gonna say Big Pun, huh?
Oh, of course, Big Pun. That's automatic. Though. That's automatic. That's like no question. That's default.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, because if you're Puerto Rican, that's like a lock.
It's sacrilegious, right? But also, obviously, it's Biggie.
Biggie.
Mm-hmm. God,
I mean, you can damn near say anybody from the 90s and they a New York rapper.
Nah, I'm gonna tell you. Out of obscure rapper, I mean, they weren't obscure. One group of people I used to listen to all the time in the 90s was Lords of the Underground.
Puertorock grew up in the mixtape era.
God, I love that
group.
A
lot of mixtape.
Hold on. You had World Renowned. You had Sons of Man, which was signed to Wu-Tang Records. Those they were excellent. Wu-Tang, Sons of Man is an excellent group. Then you had Illa G, who was Biggie's barber, right? Illa G still holding it down. He dropped an album called Vocabulary Hercules. Y'all need to check that out. Illa G is cold, bro. I like New York rap, and I'm from Texas. I started listening to New York rap like in the late 2000s, and I'm like, I missed out on so much. I had to go backwards and start listening to all that stuff because New York definitely has a lot going on, and I respect it.
Yo, this game is wild.
From New York as well.
This boy is using his feet to get away from
his feet to get away from a grinder. This game
like
is wild,
Persona bro. Mixed
I didn't realize you could do that. Just like push yourself off. You just wow.
That is some Spider-Man shit. Look at that quick time shit, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah, they fight.
That's Spider-Man, bro. The circle closing in on the button. Like, come on, bro. Sue these niggas, cuz. Like, what the hell?
Puertorock, I'm telling you, this is a single-player game. I'm telling you. They're using the same formula as game.
Oh, then they stole that shit from Uncharted? Oh, come on, bro.
Yeah.
You saw how he flew through that debris? Oh, hell no. Mm-hmm. Somebody getting... This is like the Horizon stuff all over.
Yeah,
again.
they working with the Horizon.
Oh, now he's surfing on the jump, man. Come on, man.
Puertorock, I'm telling you, it's a single-player game. Literally. It's a live service single-player game.
Okay.
I just want to know why Sony doesn't do that. Like, if his live service, just make a live service single-player game. People buy skins, but the story mode is there. The open world is there.
Destiny is like that, but they make you pay for all the expansions, and that's where I kind of fell off after like year 1 or 2 of D2. So
Genshin Impact doesn't do expansions. The moment they drop an update, we're talking about a 10-hour single-player content when they drop an update.
They should just remaster their old stuff. They got tons of old.
I agree with that as well. I'm just saying in terms of live service because they're not gonna stop. They're not gonna stop.
The whole PS5 infrastructure is way better than the PS3. They can remaster all them old games, all them old online games like Mag and Warhawk and Killzone. You got a whole bunch of people that's grown up, never played it. They can play it.
Yeah, I agree.
Now,
when I asked my nephew if he ever heard of SOCOM, he was like, "What's that?" I was like, "Oh no."
Exactly.
Oh, no.
All the old games back from the 2000s.
Yeah.
They can easily just remaster them and put them on, and people will buy them.
Even my brother, he's like my brother's like 21, and I asked him if he ever heard of SOCOM. He was like, "No, I never heard of SOCOM."
Nah, but I'm gonna tell you right now, because you play Genshin, you need to check out that Destiny Rising. I'm not even kidding. That shit is fire. Because you could actually play the third person or first person.
They're playing. They told me it's pretty good, but I'm like, yeah, I do not fuck with mobile games. If I'm gonna touch a mobile game, maybe make a console port. But
you could emulate it on PC. You can just emulate it on PC.
That. I can do that.
That's the best way to play it, honestly. I still play it on mobile because, like I was telling Puertorock, I played it on a bus. I turned the bus into a console, so it gives me something to do. Like
Puertorock is just focusing on this game so bad.
He's locked in, bro. He's still looking for that puddle. That's why.
But I keep telling Puertorock is a single player game. Is all of that gameplay that he's seeing is all single player.
Oh my
He's
god, the spin with the hell no, this was stealing shit. Who is this cat? Like, what even is the name of this shit, bro? Because he's wearing overalls like Mario. He's swinging like Spider-Man. You know, it's just maybe ripping stuff off. This has got to be a Chinese company.
It's Chinese. It's Chinese.
The way they be just yoinking shit. They be yoinking everything. Cause I'm like, hey. Yoinking everything.
They like they can't prove it.
I wanted to talk about the live service game on PlayStation, but we were talking about different things. But yeah, I only joined because I wanted to disagree because a lot of people were just coming in, just being nice. I'm like, no, I want I want somebody to just be like, fuck you, Puertorock. This is my opinion.
State of Play's 10-10. Who's gonna argue with me? Ain't nobody can argue with me. State of Play 10-10. They gotta argue with their mama.
I ain't trying to argue with that.
Yeah, I know.
Ain't nobody arguing. That's just 10-10.
I still want to see somebody butting heads with somebody.
Yeah, but you argue like you don't like Alloy. You just the chat wanted to boot you out the scene. They said ejecto, cuz.
I know. I just wanted to join in to disagree. Maybe we were gotta had a conversation about it. You were gonna explain. Oh, this is why I like the game. And this is why you're wrong.
Now sometimes you can have a conversation, and sometimes you need therapy.
Yeah.
What you brought up was therapy.
Like I said, I like the game.
It's a therapy session. There's nothing I can do for you.
I just didn't fuck with like Alloy. That's it. Like Neo 1 and 2. Like Neo 1, I really don't know what's going on in that game. Like when it comes to story, to me, cutscenes in that game was like a break to me. Like I would go to the bathroom. Gameplay solid as hell. I actually recommend that game. To me, it's the best Souls-like game ever. It can compete with Bloodborne, in my opinion. In my opinion, when it comes to gameplay, it can compete with Bloodborne.
Really?
Yeah, I won't say that I played Bloodborne, and I beat Bloodborne twice. I beat Bloodborne 3 times. Yeah, I know. God. That's why I played Neo. Neo 2, it literally has a soul card because the skill tree. Yeah, because the skill tree is so shit. But when you have almost everything on, I'm saying more Neo 2, not Neo 1. Yeah, once you get all the skill tree and you have multiple weapons, you can do parries. Plus that DLC, you fight the dude from Ninja Gaiden. Best boss fight of all time, in my opinion. I fucking love that boss fight. That's why I was like, yeah, this shit can compete with Bloodborne. Like, they can go 1v1. Yeah. But of course, I can't just come in and say I actually need to do a whole video explaining why Bloodborne is best here, why Neo 2 is best here, why it has the... Yeah, I need to do like a deep dive on both games. I can just come here and say, oh, Neo 2 is the best. It's more like I said, I need to do a video explaining, going more in depth, do a review on both games, explaining why Bloodborne is best here, why Neo 2 is best here. Is the chat mad at me again, Puertorock?
I'm gonna say, let me do a super chat real quick.
I don't know.
Let me do a super. Let me do a super chat real quick. We got Gordo. Maybe do Gordo. Yo, Gordo P23 says Phil Spencer promised Xbox fans high fidelity VR and gave it to PlayStation fans instead. That's diabolical work. He definitely hates Xbox fans. Yo. That is diabolical.
Xbox is making a VR game for PlayStation. That's insane.
Yeah, they couldn't Flight Simulator on a PlayStation with damn VR support. What kind of shit is that? That's crazy.
Yo, how you give console? How you don't give your console fan base VR, but you give the competing brand VR? That is diabolical, dog.
Yeah, what happened to the Microsoft Lens, right? What was that? The glass?
The HoloLens? HoloLens.
No, when they do something with that, you know? Being a little
that shit went in the trash. That's in the
$2,000, just like these ROG Allies. Nobody gonna buy that. Come on now.
They show Conker's Fur Day on the demo, right? That shitty Conker's Fur Day demo. with the VR glasses they made. I remember them showing
I only
that.
remember seeing like Minecraft or some goofy stuff. They was trying to do some Iron Man holographic type shit.
Yeah,
So
the
when is
Minecraft
the-
one I remember.
So when is the
So-
Xbox handheld supposed to come out?
October.
Never.
I think the end of this month.
Oh, the actual Xbox handle was canceled. That project's
Yeah,
canceled.
that's why I said never.
Yeah, the real
that's
one
the
was like
The real one is
another
is
$30
DOA.
billion
It's
in
done.
the
They
trash.
canceled that shit.
He said never.
He said never,
they
ever,
own
ever,
the
never, never,
outdoor-
ever. No, you're never gonna get it. Not this time. That's what
I just
they pull the
think-
En Vogue. Xbox pull the En Vogue on their fan base. No, you're never gonna get it.
I was gonna say one thing too, just real quick about the whole the Xbox Magnus is what they're calling it, and then the PlayStation Orion. I think, and this is I'm still standing by what I said last time I talked about this with P-Rock. I said you don't need to launch 2027. You don't. And I think that maybe the market might actually force them to push it back because with the tariff situation and, you know, China and
Nah, they're gonna
take over
release
Taiwan.
it. They're gonna release it. They're gonna release it.
Well, if it's
They're
3
gonna do
nanometer, yes. Yeah, you have to because you can't wait after 2027 to launch 3 nanometer if that's what you decided on for your architecture. If you were going to go 2 nanometer, which is what I would have preferred them to do, to be honest, because that would be much more future proof, that would probably be way too expensive in 2027. It would have to have been 2028, maybe even 2029, and they're not going to wait that long. So they want to go with this route. It's still going to be pretty good because they're going to be leaning on that AI stuff so that it's going to fill in the gaps as far as what needs to be done to make it run, you know, 4K 120 or 4K 60 with ray tracing or maybe even path tracing.
You know what's
I don't
funny?
know.
What if my Xbox next year they push back the release of Fable so they can release with the new console?
Listen, they just need to get Unreal Engine straight because that shit is just crazy the way that it's acting goofy as heck on PC, on everything. You're looking at Borderlands. Nobody said anything about Borderlands. I'm not even playing it, but is anybody playing Borderlands? And if you are, how the heck is that running on whatever you're playing?
Like dog shit. All of my friends are saying the gameplay is really good. The gameplay is really good. From PC, one friend
dip
play
down
on
to 15
PC
FPS.
is bad. It's really bad, but the reason they keep playing is the gameplay is really addictive. That's why.
So
they're forcing themselves to like it.
So about it's 2020. 2020 was when the PS5 came out. So 7 years from now it's 2027. And 2006 is the PS3. And 2013 is PS4. So that's about 7 years.
Let me tell you this too. That was a big factor.
Rocks with the timeline. 2027 is about when it's gonna come out. If they are gonna relaunch a new PlayStation, they went from 5 to 7, or they might start over again. They might go from 7 to 8.
Yo, Puertorock, are you really moving to PC?
No, he's not.
Next generation.
You didn't see my keynote? You didn't.
Yeah.
I saw the video.
I don't think M could react to that other than, you know what, PlayStation 6
You didn't see the club analogy he just put out there?
You didn't see the keynote? You didn't see the
He just
keynote?
put the club analogy. You know, I
know
walked
what?
right past the PC board with my flip-flops on into the club.
They wanted a PowerPoint slide presentation to go with it. I think that's
they need a fireside chat.
Yeah, fireside chat. A Q&A.
But I think that's not. I'm one of those people that got by the PlayStation 6 because all of my games are on console. I can move to PC, but this is like telling a PC gamer to delete his Steam account and then start from scratch on the Epic Games Store. Pretty much.
I already told you, P-Rock. I said don't stop worrying about Sony because, like I said, they're not gonna shoot themselves in the foot the way Microsoft does. They don't really do that. When they do make mistakes, they adjust. They've always done that. And I think the one thing I will say with this whole, you know, desktop speaker thing that we saw during the State of Play is it just shows that maybe they'll start making more gaming monitors because they've already done that. They have a 480 hertz 1440p gaming monitor that goes for like $1,200, but it's still very early in its adoption for that level of frame rates. So my question about the PS6 is it going to have DisplayPort? Is it going to be HDMI 2.1 and it's going to max out at like 240 hertz? That's where the answers really get.
Mighty Tree, when Sony showed their speakers in the State of Play, and I saw PC next to the PlayStation 5, I was like, yeah, I'm starting to believe PC Day and Date is coming. When I saw that PC next to the speakers.
Did you not see the State of Play?
I thought they were straight up.
Because of speakers?
Look at
awesome speakers, yes. Wireless speakers at that.
Yeah, they show. If you look at the trailer, you will literally see a PC next to the PS5 on the left. You will literally see a PC there.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, Sony literally.
But they would have probably showed a game. Like, why don't they have? They showed the Portal. Yeah, but why didn't they have? But why didn't they have a first party like Astrobot? Why wasn't Astrobot announced for PC? It would have been the perfect time.
I thought they was gonna fucking announce Gran Turismo for PC. I was like,
I know everybody was pet.
Man, come on, bro. Forget about that.
That's not gonna happen.
Because when people saw, hey, now we're gonna talk about Gran Turismo, everybody was like,
No,
they done put a whole movie in theaters just to sell PlayStation 5s off Gran Turismo. So no, don't say that.
It was like
they had me worried though.
Yeah,
had me worried.
Hold on, let me play this video. Apparently, there's some more Wolverine grifting. This is that Vera Dark chick. Let's see. I want to hear this.
AKA sensitive snowflakes on social media. One thing that I thought was really weird about this trailer that I had said while I was
whoa, silence! The audience can't hear when you guys talk.
AKA sensitive snowflakes on social media. One thing that I thought was really weird about this trailer that I had said while I was live streaming the State of Play is the fact that 90% of the enemies that Wolverine is beating up are minorities. So I just have a very sneaking suspicion that it's going to be about his white privilege and him coming to terms with that and him trying to become a better man. I just have a feeling that that is not a coincidence, that's for sure.
Ain't nobody give a fuck. Ain't nobody talking about that bullshit. Ain't nobody talking about that. That's you talking about it. Because your ass needs to make you. Y'all need to pay the rent. Wolverine's up, and ain't nobody give a fuck. Ain't nobody knows that shit. We want him to kill motherfuckers. The fuck is she talking about? This girl now she worrying about minorities.
About
the fuck is you talking about? Now you care about us? I guarantee if he killed nothing but white guys, he's killing nothing but white guys. Get the fuck out of here. We ain't trying to play this bullshit. You better shut your mouth.
He stabbed a black dude in the trailer. Is that why she's covering?
Yeah, what the fuck is we talking about in this shit? This is the stupidest generation of gamers. I'm sorry, but hey, y'all got the worst. Listen, y'all current generation gamers, y'all got the worst.
First of all, when it comes to Wolverine, anybody can get it.
This is the shit.
Anybody can get it. Wolverine don't care about race, bro.
What are you talking about? What kind of dumb shit is this?
It's gonna be great. Wolverine's gonna be great.
Y'all, these YouTube grifters are broke.
She acting like Wolverine didn't fight Deadpool in a car for like 30 minutes.
This is what the fuck is we talking about here?
Wolverine is gonna use boxing gloves to fight the enemies. He's not gonna use
what the fuck is going on here? Yo, man, the rent must be due, bro. The rent is coming, bro. The rent's coming. The fuck is we talking about?
No, it's past due. She's like 2 weeks behind, bro.
Yo, man, listen, just do OnlyFans. It's just get out of here.
No, please don't.
Like, just go, man. Just go OnlyFans. Like, stop fucking around, bro. Like, stop playing. Just stop playing.
I don't wanna.
Just stop playing. This shit ain't working out.
Topic too much. This is just brain dead conversation when we talk about these guys. The only thing I can say about what's it called, Sweet Baby Inc. The only thing I can say about them is that when it came to the side missions of Marvel Spider-Man 2, they were the ones that work on the civilian missions. and those missions fucking suck. But the missions that were actually made by Insomniac, they were fucking amazing. Yeah, it's more the school missions. The school missions, they were all made by Sweet Baby Inc., if I remember.
Well, no, they don't make games. They consult. They're not developers. Sweet Baby is not a developer.
No, I know.
Studio.
I'm talking about the.
Listen, the side missions just suck. The side missions just suck. Period. They're just not good.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, yeah.
They need to get rid of the side missions. Just useless. They're not. Yeah, they're not engaging. They're not enhancing the gameplay. They're not really doing anything.
Yeah.
There's just no point. They're just a waste of time.
Work on those ones. They help on those ones, consulting on those side missions, the civilian ones. But the ones that Insomniac made themselves, like the Mysterio missions, the Sandman missions, the Chameleon, those ones were amazing. I like those side missions.
You talking about the Sandman missions at the very beginning?
Yeah, and the Colt, the Carnage Colt. That side mission was also pretty good. It's more the civilian mission that Sweet Baby help out on the consultant. That's all I know for the research I did, because I didn't want to hear from them. Yeah. I actually wanted to see myself if Sweet Baby Inc. were involved, and they did consult on the civilian mission. The only good mission that Sweet Baby Inc. Consulted, and it was pretty good, was the pigeon guy mission. You have to go follow the pigeon. That side mission was really good. I actually tear up a little bit.
First of all, no mission can compare to Battlefield 1's messenger pigeon mission. So I don't give a damn what game it is. Nothing can compare to Battlefield 1's messenger pigeon. You remember these flying through the bombs and the music and quit playing, bro.
Yeah, no, I want to move on to this conversation quick, because you should just waste the time talking about these grifters. Now, from the Suicide Squad, Sweet Baby Inc. actually help on the narrative. They consult on the narrative of the game. I'm not bullshitting. Their names are in the fucking credits. Like, Sweet Baby Inc. is all there in the credits. They actually help on the narrative as well, that game. Yeah, that's all I know about Sweet Baby Inc.
What are the other grifters saying? Is there anyone else talking shit?
They said that when it came to Suicide Squad, they said that the pride flags, making all of the male heroes weak. I barely remember. But sometimes when I saw that, I was like, I can agree with the grifters on this one, because the journalist lied and the Sweet Baby Inc. guys are actually in the credits and they're part of the narrative. I just don't know why they didn't lie. They're just helping these grifters even more. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I was like, move on. Let's just move on to the next thing. That's all I know about Sweet Baby. Is the credits in the Suicide Squad, they were there, and the side missions, the civilian side missions, especially the Miles side missions that you do in school, they also help on those ones. And that's all I know about Sweet Baby. That's it.
I wanted to bring up something.
Any other games?
I wanted to bring up because the embargoes have been lifted on reviews for Ghost of Yotei, and I know
they've been playing that game for a month.
I know.
Skill up,
you have to.
Got the game like. Yeah.
Oh, but
I already know that game's gonna be great. It's gonna be amazing.
I know people have kind of a love-hate relationship with Digital Foundry, because they always used to throw a lot of slick shit at PlayStation, and they recently did that for Silent Hill F. But it's accurate. There's some weird shit going on, and the PSSR update can't come soon enough. But what I'm saying though is, with the implementation of PSSR in Ghost of Yotei, when you watch Digital Foundry's breakdown of Ghost of Yotei, you could tell that they loved playing that game. So I don't care if you hate Digital Foundry. Hold on, wait, but what I'm saying is it's not just the fact that they presented the game so well. You could tell. I think it was Oliver McKenzie, whatever the cat's name is, the one that always be biting his own tongue when he's talking. He loves that game, and he put in the hours to write whoever the team is about every little thing that matters when it comes to breaking down how the graphics look, to how the music is. The cat even knew he not only knew, okay, I forget the name of the mode that plays the lo-fi music, but he even knew the name of the production artist that style of music was based off of, the late Nujabes or whatever his name, and that style comes from that, and that he was like a producer for Cowboy Bebop or something like that. And so what I saw there was a true effort to review a game technically, but also appreciating it as what it is. The last time that they've done that it enticed me to actually buy a game was Stellar Blade. When they broke down Stellar Blade, I was like, okay, Black Friday is about to hit. I haven't even been playing any single player games because, again, I'm always on multiplayer stuff. And then I went and copped Silent Hill 2, Space Marine 2, and Stellar Blade all in the same day for like $40 each because it was on sale. So I was like, okay, I might do that for Ghost of Yotei. And I never played Ghost of Tsushima, so don't get mad at me because, like I said, I'm usually on multiplayer stuff. Do I have to play Ghost of Tsushima to play Yotei? Because they're saying it's better in every way.
Don't, but I'm just saying, Ghost is fucking amazing, man. Ghost is the banger.
You need to play Ghost and then play Yotei. Play Ghost first and then Yotei.
Shit, you don't even need to. You can play Yotei and then Ghost. It probably won't matter.
It don't matter. That's what I'm saying. But they're saying it's better in every way. It just
don't be like my damn nephew playing Last of Us 2 before Last of Us 1. Don't be like him.
That does sound kind of goofy, bro.
That man's a damn maniac.
Like playing Killzone 3 before Killzone 2. That's wild.
Play Tsushima and then play Yotei.
In 3D with the 3D TV. You know what I mean? Like,
there's no skipping games in this house. You're going to play Tsushima first and then Yotei. There's no skipping games here.
Yeah, I did that to my nephew. I said, no, you're not playing the PS5. You're going back to the NES. You're playing all those games first.
You're making him stop and jump.
Then you going to get the N64. I might let you skip the Super NES. You know what I mean? You're going to get that. You can skip GameCube, go to the Nintendo Wii, and they'll get the PlayStation 1.
He said skip.
Go ahead and get the PS2. Play NBA Street Volume 2, right? You know what I'm saying? Do the Rucker Park, do all that, max your character out. And then maybe you could talk about the PS3. Because you got to work your way up to the new stuff. These kids, they get spoiled with all these graphics. They'll look at an old school game that we grew up with, and they're like, what is this shit? I'm like, I'm about to smack you. Shut the hell up.
The most depressing thing I can say is that we're in an era where kids have more accessibility to games. They can play any game they want because of the subscription services. And they just waste everything on Roblox, Fortnite,
I'm telling
Warzone. It's really depressing.
I'm telling you, that's facts. Yeah. They just can't stop playing Fortnite because it's a sandbox. You know,
I was getting more gamer cred when I was a kid. I was just playing different types of genres of games. Kids nowadays just play one.
But I will say this though. So games when we were in our teenage years were like, okay, if you want to play this new map, you need to pay this $15 so you can get these new Call of Duty Modern Warfare, maps. Nowadays it's like, nah, motherfucker, make your own map, put it in the game so everyone can play it, and then whoever has the most popular maps, that's what everyone's gonna play. So like Fortnite is like player created, generated. It's like on some. It's like basically Planet Side 2 times 10 type stuff. You know what I'm saying?
In defense of Roblox and Fortnite, I can say that those games treat kids like adults when it comes to creating maps. Like a kid learning how to create a Fortnite map, they're like learning to use Unreal Engine already. Some of Roblox as well, it's just really complex shit. If Puertorock tries to create a map on Fortnite, for example, he actually needs to know how to use Unreal Engine to create a fucking map in that game.
And Grand Theft Auto is going to do that. And Battlefield 6 is going to do that with the portal mode.
I don't know if it's going to be complex. Oh, Battlefield 6 is going to be complex. GTA, I don't know. I feel like it's not. Because you actually can code shit in like the Fortnite creative.
This brings up another thing.
Coding and shit
this brings up another thing because Doom. Okay, so you know how I told you, P-Rock, that Doom: The Dark Ages sold me on Doom, and I went to GameStop and I was like, let me get a copy of Doom 2016. And I was like, let me go ahead and get that because again, that came out when Battlefield 1 came out, and I ignored everything when Battlefield 1 came out. You know what I'm saying? And so I never played it, and I was like, wait a minute, Doom 2016 had a multiplayer that had the ability to make your own maps and do all this extra stuff. How come they don't do that in the new Doom games? Why did they get rid of multiplayer in the new Doom games? Oh, because it's a Game Pass game, and it's about just making some quick, diarrhea, excrement, and then just throwing that out for the audience to get. It's like you're not building off of your old stuff. You're just trying to make something that's passable for Game Pass, and that's exactly what you're talking about, P-Rock, with these games losing quality for the sake of quantity, and that's an issue.
It's not Game Pass. It's not Game Pass the reason the Doom multiplayer got removed. Puertorock literally says all the time, he's a single player guy. And the reason it got removed, maybe because the multiplayer wasn't popular enough, then they were like, why add it if nobody's going to play it? Most people, when they talk about Doom, they never talk about the multiplayer.
Even if you like single player, how you get rid of all the glory kills? Like you're playing bumper cars 80% of the time.
Yeah, that's different now.
That ruined it. It's like whatever.
When a game has multiplayer and the developers remove it, it's because it was never popular. Now, The Last of Us,
glory kills was never popular.
Not glory kills. I'm talking about the multiplayer, the Doom multiplayer. I'm saying the reason the multiplayer got removed is because there was not a lot of people playing it. That's why the other games, they removed the multiplayer. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Not the glory kill. Yeah, it wasn't popular. Nobody was playing multiplayer in Doom. When people talk about Doom, they just talk about the single people. Yeah, that's why they didn't add it. Now, The Last of Us faction, that was different. They were actually trying to turn that into a live service. That's why we didn't have factions.
They was trying to get too ambitious, man. They should have just launched the up-res, updated graphics, updated controls, and just launched the damn multiplayer. That's what they wanted anyway.
All right. I'm gonna say something that most people don't say it, but Uncharted 3 has the best multiplayer of all time. Do you know why? It was just straight out Call of Duty. They had Prestige, they had diamond weapons. I have never seen nobody talking about the Uncharted 3 multiplayer ever.
You said the best multiplayer, like in multiplayer gaming?
Yeah, in terms of PlayStation, I'm not saying all, just PlayStation. Like in multiplayer PlayStation, yeah, to me, Uncharted 3 has the best one. Puertorock, they have Prestige.
Like out of the first party? You're talking about the first party?
Yeah, first party. Uncharted 3 has the best multiplayer. They have Prestige, they have Horde mode, they have co-op campaign. Puertorock, they had co-op campaign. You can literally play Uncharted with a friend. You play as Nate, and your homie can play Sully. In other games, you can. Why did Uncharted 4 didn't have a co-op campaign? It's like a whole different. It's not like in the story mode. It's like a separate story. You have like 10 missions, like co-op missions, and you can play them all on hard difficulty as well. And it was fucking brutal. You will literally get killed in like 2 shots. And they had Horde mode. They were competing with Gears of War, their Horde mode. Yeah, they added Horde mode. They had diamond weapons. They even had map packs as well, like Call of Duty. Yeah, and the skins were so like really cool. There is even golden skins and everything. I was like, it was just Call of Duty pretty much. The Uncharted 3 multiplayer. It was literally Call of Duty top to bottom. Just Call of Duty. Now, when Uncharted 4 came out, that shit got neutered and nobody played it. They tried to turn it into a hero shooter. They had supers, and everybody was like, what is this dog shit? Yeah, I played the multiplayer beta for Uncharted 4, and it was ass. Puertorock, I forgot your friend, the one that, the Australian guy, he said that multiplayer, the Uncharted, Extreme said Uncharted 4 has the best multiplayer. I think he said he liked the multiplayer. I was like,
Hey,
you're a fan
hey,
of
P-Rock, please, I got a favor to ask you. Can you do a live reaction right now to Doc Dark's new video?
Oh, he bought
Doc
a Xbox handheld.
He just dropped a
Hold on.
video.
Resistance 2 had that shit you talking about too now. Playing like 8 people. 8 people against the computer.
Doc Dark be goofy, bro. Like he goofy as hell, man. Your Porter bro need to, you
Listen,
you gotta handle your Porter bro.
Listen, nah, that dude's lost. That's it. It's just no saving him. Listen. If he ain't got a PlayStation 2026, he's just gonna stay lost. He's outside the club. He's outside the club. Listen, he's outside the club. He's outside the
laundry room. That's what's throwing me off. He got a Sesame Street shirt on, bro.
He a PC guy now, right?
Yeah. He outside.
He
outside
in his
the club
Armani
waiting.
suit, man. He's outside the club in his Armani suit.
That's it. But he waiting.
By the time they Kool-Aid.
By the time he comes into the club, the only thing left is bottom shelf shit. We drank all the top shelf. You know what I'm saying? We drank it all up.
They gave him a glass of water.
That's it, boy. The only thing left is Sprite off the tap. I'm sorry, boy.
Yeah. With no carbonation, it's flat.
That's Sprite. It's flat. It's been
That's
open.
It. It's a wrap. I can't help these guys.
Play the cloud version.
They reaching real hard, man.
I know Dark is gonna do that. He's gonna buy the game. He's gonna play the cloud version on PC. And we all know Microsoft has a shitty cloud service.
Cloud version.
Yeah. I feel
like
it's like they try so hard. They try so hard not to play on PlayStation. That's why it's like a ring around the rosy.
He's gonna buy the game.
Ring around the rosy cloud on PlayStation.
You know where Microsoft went wrong? It started with the Kinect. They called it Natal back then. They wanted to watch your because they wanted to watch your grandma in the living room and watch, whatever you was, and use the infrared to send 7-year-olds and 14-year-olds so they could put ads on the TV. That's the type of shit Microsoft have been on. This new console that they have, if it has Microsoft 365 on it, I'm done. I'm done with this whole conversation.
The only good game I can say about the Xbox One between all of them is Killer Instinct. I think that is the only good Xbox game that I played and actually enjoyed.
Hey, listen, let me tell you something. I got in my hands right now. If I turn on my camera, y'all be able to see it. I got in my hands right now Gears of War Reloaded in a physical copy for the PS5. They don't even have that. They don't have a physical copy of Gears of War Reloaded.
Well, what I'm trying to figure out, what I'm trying to figure out, why, like, what's if the new Xbox is like a PC, right? When you be able to get like a stronger PC right now? Ain't they just making a PC, or is it an Xbox? What's the point?
They're making a PC. They're making a PC. It's gonna be a PC.
So
I feel like it's gonna be a PC.
So what's the point if it's just a PC?
So what'll really tell you?
Leap. They said it's gonna be a huge technical leap, and I was like, yeah, they're making a PC. So
it's not even gonna be that big of a technical leap. If you're looking at the diagrams that they've been building, it's not even that much. It's nothing to. It's not worth no $1,200 like they're probably gonna charge for it.
1,200.
I feel like it's gonna be, if the handheld is already like $1,000. Imagine the new console then.
Yeah.
What? 1,200.
Or 1,000, at least 1,000.
1,000.
Remember, this is after Phil Spencer said we don't need to be selling no $1,000 consoles. That's not going to move market share. Well, guess what? They're not trying to move market share. They're just trying to appease whoever's left, and that I understand. Go ahead and just please your hardcore fans and just make
because
they'll buy that shit. They can call an Xbox.
They'll buy that shit. They will buy that shit.
Oh yeah.
If you
Colt Eastwood's
stronger,
video on that.
Hey,
one thing about Colt, what's the word? What did I call him on Twitter that made him block me? I said Cope Eastwood. That's what I called him.
Cope Eastwood.
Cope Eastwood. He do be putting some good graphics on his videos though. You know what I'm saying? Like he editing that shit, and he would be like zoomed in to the plastic, and then it zooms out, and the lighting is green. And I'm like, yeah, the editing. I give him props on that because then he, and he used to always throw some real slick shit at PlayStation fans, and then at the end of the video, he'd be like, "Well, be nice, nigga. You ain't been nice the whole video. You've been sneaking shit in, so I'm not gonna be nice." If you seen any of his shit, exactly what I'm talking about, because he's like a snake with it. Cope Eastwood is something else, bro. He blocked me on Twitter though.
He wants console war, but he can't because his favorite platform is putting games on PlayStation. The only thing he has left is look how many exclusive Xbox have.
I just have pity because it's like
coming to the PlayStation. How they gonna console war without?
I just feel bad that he has to make videos about the Magnus for 2 years, 2 more years from today. I'm like, oh my god, I pity the fool. I need a large chain so I can look like Mr. T when I say it.
Listen, all I'm saying is he done like 10 years or whatever years of work for a console that people don't even no, for a brand that people don't even want to sell anymore. Them shits is coming off Costco shelves now. Apparently, EB stores around the world are dumping it. Yeah. Boy, I never seen a brand fail so fast. Like my god.
And let me say this about
failure, boy.
The Spanish people don't want to touch Xboxes. The US is the only market that is keeping the Xbox brand alive at this point.
My man said the Spanish people don't want to touch it.
That's
what?
The home market, though.
My man said the Spanish people don't want to touch it. Like, wait, what?
I'm just saying that's their home market, and nobody wants the shit. Even in their home market.
He's saying Xbox was propped up by the Latino nation, and now they done with it. Oh shit! I didn't get the memo.
And I gotta say this too. Because Alex. What GPU is Alex running? He's running the AMD GPU, right?
He running some AMD bullshit.
He's running the AMD joint, right? And I remember him recently saying like, "Oh, well, my GPU is gonna be better than the PlayStation 6." You know, for like, I'm set for another 6 years when he sees that the PlayStation 6 has, ray tracing capabilities that's comparable to a 5090, not rasterization, but ray tracing.
I don't care. Listen, I don't care how powerful your shit is. If you ain't playing Sorrows, Grand Theft Auto, and Wolverine the day it comes out, your shit is bullshit. I don't give a fuck how powerful your shit is. What's the goddamn point? What's the point?
They're playing.
What's the point of the power? To do what?
Fairy tales and shit like that, you know.
Actually,
to do what?
They said.
Man, I ain't trying to hear that shit.
Say nothing about time.
I ain't trying to hear that bullshit. Listen, I'd be like, oh, imagine I had a $5,000 PC and I didn't have no PlayStation. The fuck am I gonna do with it in 2026?
Hey, you know what? And I gotta say this too, because when it comes to these PC gamers,
I'm gonna do Excel documents.
I don't see any of them doing a Cyberpunk playthrough. It's always like this little test where they have the HUD off and they're driving a car and they cut it off right before they crash it because they're using frame generation, so their latency shit, so they crash into something. But at least it looked good during their little 30-second clip. But like, if you got all that, play the game. Let me see you actually play the game instead of you trying to just show off 30 seconds of what it can do before it explodes and shuts off and sends you back to the home screen. So do that and then talk your shit. Until you do a playthrough of Cyberpunk with pad tracing, shut the hell up. Like, fuck you. You know what I'm saying?
You know that new video that Ono's Alex released? He actually saw your video of you telling him to support Soros. And if you watch the first minutes of the video, he will literally say he will buy the game and he will support it. He actually watched your video.
He ain't buying that shit. He ain't got a PlayStation.
What was that game you showed me before with the Unreal Engine with the chick with the dinosaurs? Whatever happened to that?
Oh yeah, no,
Where's
it hasn't come out yet. It's coming out soon.
Oh, day one.
Cold Violet. Cold Violet.
Cold
Violet. Cold Violet.
I need that Coachella outfit.
That's that Gooner. That's that Gooner shit.
Yeah.
That's that shit.
And another thing too, because they modded Stellar Blade to hell. They got her running around naked and shit. Just go ahead and throw that on YouTube too.
Oh shit!
I came.
You need to play it.
Like, where is that
shit? To play it.
I know they modded her naked. Yeah. Code Violet, is that what it's called?
Jiggle physics. Look at the jiggle Violet.
The jiggle physics. Come on, this ain't dead or alive. What is this?
Bro, I need to do a let's play. Bro, I need to do a let's play of Code Violet.
Code Violet.
It'd be funny.
Yeah.
No, that's it. All right, fellas. I'm about to start wrapping this up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wrap this up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Get back to gaming, man. But I appreciate you guys for coming through.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I
man.
tried to disagree.
Yeah.
I know I
Man.
didn't come off really great.
Nah, all you did was show that you need therapy, bro. That's it. But it's okay. Listen, I was lost too. Listen, I was lost too. I was lost. You could be found again. Just watch the state of play. It's 10-10. Watch it again. You'll be redeemed.
I think the 10.
And Mighty Tree, go play The Last of Us. Stop bullshitting. Ain't nobody trying to hear no excuse.
Hey, play it right now. It's
Ain't trying to hear
free.
that bullshit.
You
Go
have
play
no
that shit.
excuse now.
Go play that.
One?
Go
The
play
game
that.
is free
Go play
now.
that Last
Yeah,
of Us.
yeah.
One or two? Both of them?
Start with one.
Both of them.
Do it right, both. Yeah, both. Yeah, both. The fuck?
No, I'm saying, no, because he said it's free. You said it's free.
Oh, I don't know. Listen.
One is one free. I know
Listen,
two's gonna be on the.
Listen, you're gonna be playing one,
Yeah, it's
and
right.
then you're gonna be playing two.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah,
You
they're
can play
Don't
both.
be bullshit, bro.
Two. That game.
was-
I'll
It's
live stream that shit.
It's gonna change your life. That game's gonna change
Change your
both.
life.
It's gonna change your life. You're
I
gonna
don't
look
know,
at
man.
games.
My
You're
brother
gonna look at
passed
game.
away in 2021, and his name is Joel. I don't know if I can.
Listen,
I
play
don't
that
know if I
game.
can
You're
handle
gonna
it,
you're gonna look at games differently. Sorry to hear about your brother. My condolences.
Yeah.
I know it's been a years, but
My
you're gonna look at.
condolences.
Listen, it's not just the storyline. It's just the magic behind the game. Like what Naughty Dog does, you're gonna be like, holy
I'll do it.
shit!
I
Like,
need
how
to
did
do
they-
it. I need to.
Like, listen,
because I do want to play
they
Intergalactic. I have to.
They elevated the art. Like when you play this Naughty Dog game, you
Yeah.
ask yourself the attention to detail, the character movements, like just everything. Like everything is like perfect. It's like everything is matched perfect.
I'm gonna tell you,
Just
you
plain
don't want to
part
put me
one.
away
Just
from
Last
it.
of Us
It's
Part
it's
One.
like having
you're
to
gonna
craft
love it.
shit. I don't like doing like crafting
listen,
shit. Do I have to
listen,
do a
I'm
lot of
tell-
that?
I'm-
No,
Like,
like,
Listen,
know it.
listen.
It's
Everything,
quick.
listen.
It's
Everything
quick.
is
Crafting
perfect.
shit, huh?
Everything is perfect.
It's quick.
Everything is
So
perfect. I'm
good
telling
for
you, it's perfect. Everything that I'm gonna say is perfect. It's all. You're not even gonna be thinking about that. Trust me, bro.
it's just. I'm gonna tell you.
Evolution.
Yeah,
You're not
the
gonna
game
think
is
I'm gonna tell you straight up
evolution.
because one, I'm not
It
huge
is-
on third person.
it
I'm always
is-
in the first person. So that's
No, the game
it's
is
like I
not.
make a few
This
exceptions
game,
though.
This game
'Cause-
will change your mind. After this game,
If
you're
you
gonna be
play-
like, you
if
want
you
everything
play-
in third person. This
You
game,
play God
this
of War.
game
I
is
did.
different.
I did play God of War, but it's,
I'm telling
You
you.
can
did
play
God of
Last
War.
of Us.
telling you,
I did
bro.
play Stellar Blade.
I'm
Yes,
telling
let me
you.
tell you this too.
And,
Let me tell you
Last
this.
of Us is a
This
different
game,
kind of banger.
listen, The Last
It's a
of Us
different kind of
elevated the
banger.
art. This game
Yeah.
elevated gaming,
That's
bro.
true.
I'm telling you, bro.
That's
I
true.
do
Naughty
need
Dog-
to though before,
Right.
Naughty Dog don't
especially
play.
The
before
game is so
Intergalactic,
good
bro.
that I
I'm
didn't
telling
even
you.
watch the
Naughty
TV
Dog
show
don't play.
because what's the point of watching it? The game is already like really good. Like,
Or do I need to start with
Already a
Uncharted
movie.
one? Because again, that's another.
No, you
Uncharted
don't have to. I
movie.
mean, you didn't play Uncharted?
If you want to go Uncharted, yeah, Uncharted.
The whole thing
Uncharted?
though.
Uncharted.
You didn't play Uncharted? No,
That's
you
a
don't need to
whole-
play Uncharted.
Nah, you ain't
gotta-
got to
you
play
just gotta do
Uncharted to
Last of
play
Us.
Last of Us.
The Last of Us is different.
one.
But Uncharted are good games, though,
remastered.
man. But
What? Last
Uncharted
of Us
they're
franchise great
remastered.
games. They're great games.
it's really good.
Yeah, I bet
They
I
are
bet
great
they are.
games.
Mhm.
They are. Yeah.
But The Last of Us,
Uncharted,
they're
I'm
really
telling you, that's a whole difference.
Uncharted 1 you can skip. Uncharted 1 you
Uncharted
can skip. that one.
2. Uncharted 2
Didn't
is
age
the best,
well.
though.
Uncharted 1
Nah,
didn't
I wouldn't
age
skip
well.
them. I
Uncharted
wouldn't
2 is
skip
the
them.
best.
Even though Uncharted 2 is much better than
One.
1. But you'll appreciate 2 more. if you
Uncharted
play
2.
1.
Yeah, Uncharted 2 is
Yeah,
like
to
the
me,
elevation.
1 didn't
It's like when
equal
two.
they hit their
Hey,
Hey,
stride with
you
2.
know how I know I'll appreciate it because when I was playing Stellar Blade, I'm like, man, her animations are kind of Fucking janky. I'm trying to fucking click on the console so I could sit down in the chair and listen to that one song that I like while she's like recovering, but it's janky as fuck. And I'm pretty sure Uncharted's like she plants her foot, she turns, she moves her body, is weight shifting. It's like, yeah, the animation, that shit does, it adds up to just like an
immersiveness. With their animations. They on point with their seamless.
Some companies go way too overboard with it. Like if you play 2K, like NBA 2K, it's like you push a button, it takes like 30 fucking thousand milliseconds before they actually finish the animation because they got to do all this fucking moving.
If it's a game like that, you're talking about the order like 86. The order is that you have to
overly engineered.
It's moving really slow. It's like, oh. God.
And it's not latency. It's just animation time. It's like I got to do this whole entire movement just to do what I'm trying to tell the controller to make the screen do. So I'm like, see, because
Puertorock, did you play the order? Before.
Of course, I beat it in 4 hours.
Let me say this though, real quick. So,
damn, I got through this shit already.
First of all, I had gone through the first 2 chapters of Black Myth Wukong a while back. This is after, because like I said, I had bought that spurt of games, and then after I did that Black Friday sale where I got Stellar Blade, Space Marine 2, and Silent Hill, I did also buy Black Myth Wukong as a physical copy when it came out, and I paid full price for it. So I've been chipping away at it too ever since I beat all those other 3 games. And for a while, I hadn't played Black Myth Wukong because I kind of stopped playing after I was at this boss, and then I started playing some other stuff because I think Battlefield 6's beta came out, and I started doing that.
Your back catalog is massive.
It is. It is. But hold up. So I had thought about it in my mind. I'm like, all right, boss, I need to respec my stuff and use the pillar stance instead of the regular stance, and I just been meditating on it for like a month. And then yesterday I was on the phone with a homeboy, and I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna play Black Myth Wukong while I'm talking to this fool. So I played it, and literally 2 tries after I did my rebuild, I took out that boss, and I was like, I'm back at it. I gotta finish Black Myth Wukong now, and it's like, then there's all these other games y'all keep telling me.
Man, I need to wrap it up box up in this here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to hit the wrap it up box. Like, what am I doing here? I could have. I said like we wrapping this up like 30 minutes ago. Listen, y'all trying to blow.
Hey, it's already midnight over here.
Y'all trying to do Josh the editor again. Yo, shit.
Hey, 10 out of 10 state of play though. 10 out of 10.
All right, fellas.
Yeah, next time I will bring some Xbox shit. I will be an Xbox fanboy.
No, don't do it. Listen, don't do it. Don't do it.
Everybody already hates you.
It can't be. He said everybody already hates you. He said everybody. Listen, it has to be. It has to be organic. It has to be. Like it can't be fake. We need a real Xbox fanboy. But they all hide in the comments. All them Xbox fanboys are hiding. So let's go. I mean, listen. All I could do is open up the pipeline. Ain't nobody want to disagree. They all scared, man. They all stay in their bubble, but it is what it is. All right, fellas. I truly appreciate you guys.
All right, good night, brother.
All right, you guys have a good night.
Yep.
All right, peace, fellas. All right, everybody. Hey, I want to say truly appreciate you guys for rocking through. I'm glad. Let me do this real quick. Okay. Oh, yeah. All right. Okay. We'll do this. All right. For everyone else, leave a like before you leave. Peace. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this. This live, man. Once again, I want to say I truly appreciate you people. I truly appreciate everyone who got to chill out, rock with me. Hope you enjoyed the show. Hope you enjoyed the content. Hope you enjoyed the little crew conversation. This ended up becoming like a mini podcast. But anyway, your only friend is YouTube Streets Puertorock77. On your way out, make sure you hit the like button, share this out. I'll see you guys Tuesday for the actual 60 Frames No Like podcast. But until then, enjoy your weekend. I'll drop some videos. I'm going to be snooping around. I'll be looking. I'll be catching people. But yo, listen, I said this again. State of play 10-10. Argue with your mama. I don't know what y'all going to do on your bullshit platforms in 2026, but I know what I'm doing on my PlayStation 5 Pro.